Hello there! Hello, hello. And I just messed up everything in the YouTube stream studio, for God's sake. Hello there! Hello Reiji, hello Prime vs Unicron, hello Barbanatos. Just gonna check to see if everything is in store. How's the volume? How's the music? Hey, hello there. Oh, for God's sake. Stream's bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We welcome we use stream bitrate of. Okay, noted. I'm just gonna crop that down. I didn't set the bitrate. Partly because I forgot to. But partly because I forgot what's the ideal bitrate that they recommend. But hey, hello Axis Corps. How's the volume going about? Because I was watching the last stream back, and I felt like the music was a little bit overpowering actually. I can stay longer this time. That's good. That's good because I plan on streaming until we cross years. So this is gonna go into 2026. And well, it's not like I watch live broadcasts anyway, so screw whatever is happening in London. The volume is good. Nice, that's good to know. And welcome in, Addy Cox. Just gonna wait for a little while before we officially start, just so more people can pop in. Are you excited for third-party stuff coming out in 2026? Maybe, maybe not. It just depends. I still have my Alclay Pink 2 that I need to build, so I don't know whether or not I should be excited for them, but hey. And Prime vs Unicron, I will be comparing it to the Endless Waltz version. I don't know if I'm going to do it on stream or how I'm going to do it on a video, but I'll definitely be throwing some remarks here and there, because this is a completely new frame, and to be fair, the old wing frame was tailor-made for the EW version, but since it is advanced MS joints, it's not necessarily that good. Hey JX Demon, just joined and finished in Master Grade Barber's Lupus preview, also RNG screwed me again in G-Gen, 70 pulls, 2 Calibarns, hooray. What were you aiming for? But, thank you for popping to the Lupus review. Yeah, it literally broke me because I had it ready, like I had the final product ready since my last stream, but then I had 2 days of work and I woke up late, so I didn't really feel like finishing off the video before I went to work. So yeah, now that I have today and the next 3 days off, thank God for that. But what were you aiming for? Because I was pulling on the Caliban banner just for funsies, because both the Caliban and the Destiny I want, and I just so happened to get the Caliban today. Your Destiny was my aim, and I ain't spending another dime on G-Gen Eternal. That's fair enough. That's very fair. It be like that sometimes. Yeah. And especially if you work in a warehouse or any sort of manual labor job, you're definitely gonna feel knackered at the end of the day. Especially if your shift ends at midnight. Okay, so we have about 9 people in. And let's actually get cracking. By the way, I discovered like a couple of quirks. Yeah, I fixed up the issue with the missing panel down here. It was just me being extremely ADHD about it. And apparently there are hatches in the chest that are apparently air intakes or something like that. I just gotta remember that for the review. And I suppose now I can remove the looping music. And I spent $1, which isn't much, but I stuck to F2P mindset when it comes to gachas. To be honest, it's a wise decision. It's a wise decision to do that. And what else? I purchased a UV light today. It's the most fun I've had all week. That's what I felt like when I got both of my UV lights. One time was when oh shit, sorry. One time was when I gotta tune the music down for myself actually. Where's my own volume mixer? Hey Xylene. Hey Matt. Yeah, and a pre-happy new year to you guys too. So the 2 UV lights that I've got, once was when I was still back in Hong Kong. I asked my friend in America to buy me a UV light because I was still very hesitant on doing any online shopping back then. I was still a naive late teen, and it was literally one of the most fun I've had, just shining a light on model kits. And I would argue that the same thing happened. What am I looking for? D1. I would argue the same thing happened for when I got my other UV lights, which is in a sort of lower frequency. I think it was like 930 nanometers or something like that. I forgot. But I bought it because I wanted to work with my with the clear UV paints that I got to make the Destiny Spec 2's joints glow and have them stay grey in normal light. And apparently the frequency on my existing UV lights wasn't like short enough or narrow enough or something like that. So I had to buy a new one, and I literally had more fun than I've had before. Hey MP, Happy New Year. I found out the clear unicorn glows and it looks dope. Yeah, well, I mean all the unicorns glow, as far as I'm aware actually. I don't know if the high grades glow, but I know for sure that all of the real grade unicorns glow under UV light. And be it in unicorn or destroy mode, it's going to be quite the display to look at. And starting to get a small transformer blockies. Now they're kind of good at doing poses. That's good. That's good. Now you actually have some transformers then, instead of the ignorant people who don't know what Gundam is over here, and always defaulting to think that they're transformers. When I play plenty such as Brave Frontier, which is what I spent both time money during my high school years, and then Fire Emblem Heroes, which is thankfully free to play friendly. That's good. That's good. I haven't logged onto G-Gen Eternal as frequently for a while now, mostly just because I cannot be bothered to withstand the loading times. Because, like, if you guys don't know, G-Gen Eternal nowadays takes about a minute or two to log you into the game. And given that I already have very little time to myself already, and how long the battles can take, it's not necessarily on my priority list for what to do during a day. Blockies are awesome, and I got Megatron and Tarn. Nice. Like, a couple of months ago, I've only, like, seen the story of Tarn, and my god, was it brutal. UV details add so much to a kit. Absolutely. Hello, Dio. Who else is here except the new ones? We have 15 in now. Yep. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I try to implement them in all my builds. I try to implement them when I have to, like, do like an extensive paintwork. So, am I off screen or something all this time? Have I been off screen all this time? I might. There you go. This is much better. Much better sitting position, and might as well use one of these. Yeah. Even if you don't paint, I would absolutely recommend keeping like a dish or two, like a painting dish or two handy, just so you can keep track of your smaller parts. I guess I'll just have to build with a pole between my eyes, but hey. I built the EVA Unit 1 TV version 2. The posability is not good as an RG, but it's still good. Which, like, grade or line are you talking about? Gundam are IKEA Transformers. First name, last name. Yeah. Well, people don't even know what Gundam is, and then they feel extremely, like, flustered whenever people points out to them that it's not a transformer. Well, at least that's what the people in my in the warehouse that I work in felt like. Only a handful of them know about Gundam. We finally got the sniper. What are you talking about? I'm not sure. I feel like the people who think all mecha are transformers will believe that Barbatos can actually beat the unicorn. I mean, do they even have the necessary knowledge to deduce that at all? I really don't know. Street Trans started with the most. Oh, JX Demon, you share the same past for Transformers as I do. Because the only way I got into Transformers was when I just so happened to see Transformers Cybertron playing on TV. And because those transformation sequences where they go through each and every single step was kind of like, I don't know why it was so addicting to watch, but it just was addicting to my ADHD brain. So I just got into it, assuming that everything else would be the same. And granted, I've seen some scenes from Armada and what is the other one? Armada and Energon. And they do have like more abbreviated versions of those scenes, as far as I know. So I may go back and watch those. But ever since that, I just got into the Michael Bay movies. And back then, they were still coming out. Like, as far as I remember, I got into Transformers when Dark of the Moon was in theaters, and we watched the previous two movies on and off when we visited family. Oh, excuse me. For me, it's Cybertron and animated. Ah. Everybody. Do we all start with Cybertron? Going to Transformers because the Bathers and Optimus Prime doing cool speeches and taking faces. I mean, yeah, that's why Transformers 2 aged so well, besides the CGI, like, trumping the ones that we can do now. That forest fight from Transformers 2 never gets old. And of course, parts of me, like being a petrol head and all, parts of me was into the Bayverse movies just for the cars. And forgive me when I do geek out a bit, because I do like, well, I watched Top Gear, so that says a lot. I watched Top Gear growing up. I hold Cybertron as the best mainly because of the over-the-top nature. Though I've seen Prime and Animated, which are good, but I like by over-the-top robot action. I've seen Prime as well. Prime, definitely one of the best like animated ones out there. And honestly, I don't know if I have the patience to go back and rewatch Prime just because there's so many episodes of it. But if I have like all the time in the world, Transformers Prime definitely one of those series that I will go back and watch, especially since it is fully available on YouTube right now, officially. Transformers Prime and Transformers 1. I've seen 1, and I wish they would continue the story. That topics need to be brought up. Why CGI back then was better than most now. Any yep. About the Gundam versus Transformers thing, it's a matter of familiarity. Tell them football and soccer are the same sports and watch their confusion at the statement. I don't think the English people are as ignorant about American terms as they are now. Granted, I had to flip flop back and forth, but I would be surprised if they don't know what soccer is. Because like soccer or football is actually like a lot of like people's common ground. Like every single time I go to work, they talk about what Arsenal doing something or another, or while Manchester United or Liverpool maybe messing up and shooting an own goal or something like that. I don't know. I'm not into sports. I'm not into football, and but I highly doubt that at least the blokes in the warehouse I work in, I doubt they're gonna be that ignorant to not know that soccer is what they refer to as football. Mostly just because they take the piss out of the Americans all the time, whenever the opportunity arises. And I've not watched fully, but I still like Beast Wars. I don't know about Beast Wars. Levia thing. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Yeah, we recently just surpassed 18.8 thousand subscribers, and honestly, I'm glad. Like, I don't know where we started the channel off from in 2025, but to see the channel like not only spread to even more corners of the plamo world, but to see it grow into like almost 20k subscribers, and even throughout the year, the channel was regarded by a lot of people to be one of the mainstream channels because the reviews were just so compact. And I am so glad that it's gotten to this point, because previously if you guys know me from way back when, way before my rebrand, I was kind of chasing the numbers and whatnot. And to be honest, looking back, I am not proud of that period. But now that I start to do my own thing and maybe follow on the coattails of the Type V3, because we really don't have, even with the newcomers, we don't have a channel that does compact gunpla reviews for people who just cannot spend the time to listen to people like waffle about a piece being molded so accurately. Even the details and like design line are like worse than how the detail on the actual piece is molded. Like, I'm waffling on about people waffling on, ironically, but the point is, I don't think even like among newcomers there isn't a channel that goes over like a kit so compactly within like at least 10 minutes, if even shorter. So honestly, I'm glad to be of service to you guys throughout the year, and I would like to like continue supporting you guys. And honestly, one of the pipe dreams that I have is having this as my full-time gig. But honestly, knowing YouTube, they don't pay too well, and ever since I got this job, I earned like far more a month than doing YouTube. So this is kind of relegated to being a hobby for me at the moment, but still, it doesn't diminish I am trying to locate how this piece works, for God's sake. But it doesn't diminish the fact that I love to, I don't know, put myself in. Oh, did I cut out the wrong piece? Yup, I did. Funny. But it doesn't diminish the fact that I like to put out these reviews for you guys and take the plunge for any potentially controversial purchasing options, like the real great Zeus Akatsuki Gundam. I like to laugh. Like, it's just a laughing matter at the end of the day, and I really like to do what I do, even though I have like my actual job to tend to. But hey, seeing that we're growing closer to 20k subscribers, I can be nothing but proud. Happy New Year songs. I thought I saw Sonic. When it comes to interest, soccer, football, I don't get in media around Captain Tsubasa Inaz. JX Demon, you're the goat, mate. Inazuma 11. One of the only ways I was exposed to football. And honestly, I wanted to make an Inazuma 11 joke in one of the G Gundam reviews, because like one of the most iconic moves is the God Hand. If you guys haven't seen Inazuma 11, at least the Prime series, go ahead and watch it. It's freaking peak. So that's how it works. So essentially, I think we close up the joint soon at some point. No, apparently not. So we still have to put the saber holster in and the actual shoulder joint in before we close this thing up. I see. Then we can put in the blue armor piece. Okay, then I'm gonna store these in the dish and just keep cracking on. You're welcome, Xylene. You're welcome. Am I pronouncing your name right? I know I saw you in Jury's server, and you just literally put out my lupus review into into her server. But am I pronouncing your name right? I really hate to be here. I'm very particular about pronunciation. Compactness is so important. It's a huge appeal. Nice. Live stream waffling versus video waffling is different. I'm here for live MJ waffling. Well, thank you, Addy Cox. Simple is more, as they say. Yep. Started to collect the gunpla because of cool designs, now I collect them for the lore. Actually, speaking of lore, Jury has promoted this in her server. If you guys are in there, you know. But we have arranged to actually talk about Iron-Blooded Orphans this Saturday. And honestly, the channel sizes between us don't matter. All that matters is I'm getting another collab, like in the first time in freaking forever, and I am honestly so stoked about it. And especially because this is a collab where I actually get to be full-on pretentious scholar hat on my head type of weeb, where I just talk about the lore, about the namesakes behind Iron-Blooded Orphans, because we say we're discussing Iron-Blooded Orphans, but we're not necessarily discussing, like, my plan anyway, like the plan that I proposed to Jury, that the plan wasn't to discuss the story or the intricacies or the production or whatnot. My plan was to finally introduce her to the namesakes behind the at least the Gundam frames and some of the mobile armors. And I did dump some of that knowledge in her past streams, and apparently she was thankful for it. So I figured, well, to bookend the celebration of Iron-Blooded Orphans, since they're officially doing it anyways, why not do a stream of our own, and talk about all the Gundam frames and all the demons that they've introduced in the in the past 10 years. Well, we're not talking about all of them because, as far as I've counted, there are 17 Gundam frames that have been introduced, and especially since I want to talk about the Angels as well, which would be far too many. And to be honest, some of the Gundam frames, with their namesakes and whatnot, they don't really draw too much from the namesakes anyway, especially the first 10. So Bale, Gamajin, and Barbatos, they really didn't draw much, if at all, from their namesakes. So we're starting the discussion somewhere in the middle. And I won't spoil it, because that way you won't have any reason to tune into her stream. But we're going to be talking about it on stream, and I'm going to be so happy to do it. I'm gonna be so bloody tired because it's starting at 10:30 for me, and that's when the schedule was adjusted to meet my time zone. But I'm more than happy to just yap about my passions and whatnot on someone else's channel. It's just a blessed opportunity. What do you mean, songs? Simple is more. Less is more. It would be. It would be less is more. Inazuma 11 was a throwback. You guys. I watched Inazuma when Cartoon Network broadcast. Please don't tell me you've watched the English dub. Please don't tell me you've watched the English dub. Like, English dubs, they're a bit hit or miss during the era, but my god, they changed all the character names for no reason whatsoever. Am I holding up the D runner? Yes, I am. What am I looking for? 13. Okay, I'm looking for 13. I'm looking for B2, which I haven't cut out. Stupid. I've seen all the Hisatsus, including the new ones so far in the most recent game, Victory Road, and they're still as over the top as always. What is Inazuma 11 if not over the top? And I put this back in the wrong slot. Yep, that's fine. Call me lysergic though. Haha. That sounds like an illness. If like, no offense, but it sounds like something that I would diagnose someone in a hospital. Also, did anyone who's favorite Hisatsu Tenku Otoshi or Celestial Smash, as it was called in the dub? My favorite. My favorite. It's definitely one of the originals. Like, the ones from Inazuma 11 Go are nowhere near as impactful because they just introduced so many ridiculous mechanics in throughout the Inazuma Go run. But my favorite, it would either have to be Majin the Hand or Mugen the Hand. Those two are just classics. Okay, so I put the armor piece on first, and then drop this into the joint. Okay, so I can put these on standby at the moment. Yeah, it would be a nightmare if I'm not building on my desk. I want to do that one day, lol. So what's with the Vidar? No, the Vidar is the god of vengeance from Norse mythology. So the backstory is, I'm asking for consent now. Do you guys mind if I spoil the side story content? Because if you guys don't know, Iron Blooded Orphans G isn't just Uth Hunt and standard Iron Blooded Orphans. There are also like battle log style side stories that are no more than 10 minutes long, and they've recently implemented them into G Generation Eternal. So if you guys don't mind, I will talk about one of the side stories and talk about why the Gundam Vidar is called the Gundam Vidar. But no, Vidar is not part of the Lesser Key of Solomon. He's the god of vengeance. He was tasked by Odin to slay Fenrir during Ragnarok. I'm not really that well keyed into Norse mythology. My knowledge about Norse mythology only extends to Marvel. Actually, I know more about Greek and Egyptian mythology than I do Norse mythology. I'm gonna have to go up close. Because these undergates, some of them are in quite tricky position. Did I cut out the other one or not? No, I haven't. I watched the Hungarian dub, but I think yes. Oh my god. The Ghost Stories dub is the best dub of anything ever. What are you on about? I'll be here for around 2 hours. I have stuff to do, but I'll stick for as long as I can. Thank you, MP. Are we gonna talk about the fact that we're never finishing Gecko? Yes. Because honestly, 10 years on, and we haven't seen even a glimpse of what... A proper glimpse, not the silhouette, of the Gundam Sea Air. And honestly, if they don't, like... It gives me, like, a concerning feeling, just because if they didn't finish one of the side stories from Iron-Blooded Orphans, what's to say that they wouldn't finish? What's to say that they would finish Orth Hunt, even though the movie ended on a proper cliffhanger? They probably will not finish it, just because of the poor reception of the movie. I'm gonna knife it. I don't care. That's much better. The weirdest thing for me in IBO is why they decided to set production limits to 72 Gundams, no more, no less. Maybe because because of the 72 Angels? I'm not sure. A lot of the Calamity War is still an enigma to us. And we're gonna be discussing that on Jury's stream as well, like the 72 Angels. If I had to name the model kit that I had most fun building this year, it would probably be the realized model Blaze Liger. Is that a Zoid or something? The Go trilogy is where admittedly things got too crazy, which is weird to say for 911 for all things, though there was still some kooky such there. Yeah. I'm not too big a fan of Inazuma 11 Go, just because they've delved into freaking time travel and aliens that also settle scores with football. It's like, come on, like, suspension of disbelief can be held to an extent, but when you're talking about aliens who also play football, what are the chances? And I know the original Inazuma 11 season 2 was all about the Alien Academy, but turns out it was a fake out. Sorry to spoil it for you guys, but it's a complete fake out. I've watched IBO and because my memory's terrible, all I remember is beating the crap out of Gray's Ritter. Yeah, just the Barbitors going ham on a Carto issue. That fight is always gonna live rent free in my head. Though I'm glad Ares and Orion went back to the usual over the top for Inazuma 11. Hell, Glacial Gungnir and Overcyclone are my favorites there. It may be dub, or it may just be that there are so many episodes that I forgot what moves those were. But you can never go wrong with the classics. Yeah, Zoids. I've never built a Zoid kit proper until this year, and I got it on sale for less than $30. That's not bad. And Barbonados, I really hope they don't make a Calamity War Iron-Blooded Orphans feature film. And granted, that's a hot take, if I'm honest. but I would like to keep mysteries mysterious. We don't need to know everything about the Calamity War and whatnot. We know the basic gist of it, and that's basically about it. Like, we don't know everything that humanity had to offer back like a couple centuries ago, like real life humanity. So what makes this any different? What am I looking for? D4 and D5. Okay, those two. Do you still have the leftover parts from the Master Grade Vidar and Matt and Barbarous Lupus? I want you to build it on your own Gundam IBO. No, I don't think it's possible at all to build a full Master Grade Gundam frame without the parts that are taken. Thank you. I've always said this. What about not needing to know everything? Are you interested about? Have you heard? Are you heard about the high grade Barbies got new real grade like inner frames with working hydraulic? Are you talking about the third party metal frames, or something like that? It must be third party. But no, I haven't heard about it. I've always wanted to make my own version of Barbatos. Go for it. I mean, the original Barbatos is very modular as it is. It wasn't until the Lupus and the Lupus Rex that they decided to specialize it for Mika. So, what's your number one build this year? This doesn't count. Mostly because I'm following UK time. But the first build I will be completing is this. The Gundam Plutone Black. I've started a couple of bits, but just because how interconnected this kit is to itself, nah. And by the way, this isn't lost. I just didn't put it on yet. I built all of this at work during my breaks. 40 minutes worth of work right here. And by the way, can you guys like explain what this is? Like, this is an opening hatch. I don't know what for. Is it just for GN particle release or something like that? Because the power cord is connected to it. Like, it's been a mystery to myself for the lesser part of 5 years. So I don't know. I really don't know. And I've never read the Double F manga, so it's hard to tell. Ares and Orion were kind of when they remade the old iconic Hisatus with modern animation tasks while also introducing some new one. Oh! They're talking about the Ares and Orion series. I have yet to watch that. They feature some of the legacy characters as well. I really want to see more, Endo Mamoru. I have to watch that sometime. But Spy Family Season 3. That's my priority at the moment. Maybe if I'm not gonna be working on stuff in the next 3 days. Well, I'm gonna be going out on Saturday, and obviously I'm gonna be streaming with Jury on Saturday. I'm gonna get up close. This is an undergate. I cannot do afar. But the next 2 days, maybe I'll just binge the entirety of Spy Family Season 3. And by the way, I've been a responsible builder. I've cleaned up my my airbrush setup, so my brushes are completely empty, no residue. So now they can at least withstand the sub-zero temperatures that we're gonna get over the next few nights. For me, Real Great Sword Impulse Spec 2. I don't know yet. Wait, are we talking about the kits we've built in the year or the kits from the year? Because I've been seeing some top 10 lists pop up where people are ranking their top 10 kits of 2025, but it's in fact the top 10 kits that they built in 2025, not from 2025. You're allowed to build up work. We're allowed to do whatever the fuck we want. Sorry to swear there, but we're allowed to do whatever we want during break times. Because over here, I work in the freezer, okay? And there are actual laws that mandate every like mandate breaks for every 2 hours. So since I work for 10 hours, we get 4 breaks. And during those 4 breaks, some people go to the canteen just to hang out and chill. Somebody shut themselves in their own world with their earbuds and whatnot. Some people go outside to smoke, and there are some people like me who just have nothing to do. So sometimes I just bring a simple kit and build a couple of parts of it, and that's how I pass my break time. Because I'm such a boring person that I have nobody to talk to. Well, I wouldn't say that. That's a bit extreme, but you get the point. I'm more of a to myself kind of guy. The main body, head, and backpack arms from Rex, the legs from Lupus, and the hands on the hands or what? The hands or fourth form or Lupus, and the main weapon is Lupus and fourth form sword. That sounds like something you can conceptualize right in Gundam Breaker and see if it works. Like Gundam Breaker, sure, it's an game, okay, but the main appeal to me is that I can use it. The main appeal to me in the past was that I can use it as a customization tool. So if I have a basis, I can just paint it in Gundam Breaker and see how well it works in concept before I commit to it in real life. So yeah, that's basically what Gundam Breaker is for me, and that's the sort of build Dio, that can be completed in Gundam Breaker, and just to see whether or not your proof of concept can work. Obviously, aesthetics are in the eyes of the beholder, so I really cannot judge. So what's the difference between the Pluton and the Raziel? The Pluton is basically Nandale's predecessor, as far as I know, and the Raziel is made for testing the GN Zephyr. I remember I definitely know that there's a tragic backstory for the Gundam Pluton, in that how the core fighter didn't eject properly, so the pilot was subjected to an overdose of GN particles and whatnot. Am I messing something up or something? I must be messing something up. I was referring to the favorite build of 2025. Hi there, what part are you on currently? I'm on the shoulders. It's telling me to build 2, so I am building 2. And apparently the arms don't take too many panels to finish. Must have messed something up because I couldn't put this in. I mean, can I even open this any further? I don't think so. That seems to have done the trick. And somehow the red piece isn't fully sandwiched in, for God's sake. What a way to go into the new year, messing up. Messing up so idiotically like this. And none of the mechanics work anymore. I recall this a prequel OVA because before Ares because Ares and Orion are kind of like an alternate season too. Wait. Is it just me? Or is this... Am I back? I'm watching the playback right now and the stream has frozen a little bit. Part separated time. Yeah, where the heck is it? Oh, it's right here. I just need to separate this for a little bit. And jam it back in there. I know it's a bit forceful, but it's the only way about it without... I say jam it back in, and I completely removed it. Right. Time to go back in. This would have been much easier to begin with. The peg snapped. It's fine. It's not that important of a peg anyway. The armor is going to sandwich around it and it won't fall apart anymore. That's the thing about me. Yes, I know it's a snapped peg. I must be messing something up because this isn't even putting back together anymore. That goes in like that. That goes in like that. So should I keep the thruster flat? That goes in first before this goes back in here. Yeah, this type of stuff is part of the reason why I'm not going to be building the Avalanche Exia on stream. The Alias Academy is still around, just not enhanced by the meteorite and destroying rival schools. Okay. Hey, Metal Slime USA. Not gonna lie, in school I buy more Blokey's Galaxy version Defender better. I bet I'ma build that. Yeah, go ahead and build it. Like, if you have something to build along the way on the stream, well, why did that work? I was struggling for the past 2 minutes. How the heck did that work? And now everything is in the right place. I can just lock it in. That broken peg doesn't matter. I'm just gonna lock everything in. Error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to spoot. As such, videos would experience buffering. Huh. Is somebody... Attention. What type of attention? Is the stream still good for you guys? I don't have Gundam Breaker. I really need that. Not experiencing any problems on my end. YouTube's just freaking out for no reason. There we go. That's one of the shoulders done. Well, the mechanics for it, anyway. So I've done that. Did I not do the second joint or did I lose it? I think I'm losing it. What is it? D2 and D3. I must have done it. Oh, because I put it together. And then now I just gotta sandwich it in and then put the armor pack. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. I truly am losing it. But here we go again. Stream is still fine for me. Me too. That's good. YouTube is still freaking out. It's been smooth for me. That's good then. I promise. Next time we do stream, I'm gonna set the bitrate. I got the Moderoid Shin Getter and Rising Freedom. I think that too will be the first kit of the year. I recall. Okay, yeah. Beast Wars did a great job. So we're jumping between Inazuma 11. So we're jumping between Inazuma 11, Transformers, and this. The Rising Freedom is an absolutely beloved in my collection. I don't like it. I don't like the Rising Freedom. Well, I mean, it's a suit yourself, but I just don't. I like the direction they were going for with the Rising Freedom, but I just don't like the kit. Color and accuracies aside, it's just a bit clunky. Sorry guys, I just need to concentrate at the moment to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. There we go. That's much easier. Hello there, ProStar. I personally am a huge fan of the kit. It's one of my favorites from the Sea Freedom line. I was shocked at the stability. Fair enough, but the backpack just constantly falls off. Mine anyway. Granted, I'm not molding about the stickers for the Rising Freedom. It's just when they were trying to go for too much. And I think that's like one of the things about the early Sea Freedom kits. The designs were just going for too much. So that kind of dragged the entire thing down. Okay then. So I should keep the red panel open, because there's another panel that goes under it, and then we can close everything up. C2, C7, what? Oh, so both of them are on here. Good. I got to experience the high-grade Cosmic Era Freedom a while back, and that experience led to me not getting the Rising. Blame the backpack for falling off the Freedom and having the same concern for the Risings. Yeah. Well, I personally don't have any like problems with the standard Freedom, and I've been taking mine apart before I painted mine into the Freedom Gundam Flame Feather, and after that, it especially doesn't have problems because it's painted. Personally, I really don't have any like problems regarding the Cosmic Era, high grade Cosmic Era Freedom. It's just when the Sea Freedoms thing, the early Sea Freedom design started coming about, that I started having problems with them. Especially the Immortal Justice. But honestly, I take the Immortal Justice than Agnes' Scout Strong. And I did say in the addendum of that video that I will recommend Hilda's Gyan, simply for the fact that it uses the atmospheric backpack instead of the space backpack. I hated the space backpack. Might be a copy thing. Mine was fine though. I can see it happening for the weight. That's my point. And because I had to disassemble mine for painting, and I had to handle it for the review, there's gonna be a lot of wear going into it already, and that's why I use the metric of, well, it survived the recording session as my metric for stability off camera. Because if it lasted me just handling it as if it were an action figure, then it can definitely survive far longer in the hands of responsible builders. So if it doesn't survive a recording session, then I will start to get worried. And I changed my light. Did I dim it as well? That's much better. Immortal Justice was definitely a step down for me, especially compared to the Aegis and Savior. I don't have the Savior, but I have a feeling that I would prefer that to the Immortal Justice, even though it's like two decades older than it. It's probably my copy, as I'm an out-of-box builder who doing just panel line and minor paint touches with the Gundam markers. That's probably definitely a copy thing. I love your hatred. I love the hatred you have for the Agnes Scion. It's rather comical to me. You did mention last time you enjoyed the Wolverine, the Deadpool and Wolverine intro that I'd done for it. I just hate Agnes as a character as well, and also I hate Bandai for having those color inaccuracies. Like, I literally almost had to repaint the entire kit just to get it to look like not accurate. Like, how hard is it to mold a pale blue? Savior is underrated though. It has some loose beam sabers in the shoulders. I mean, who cares? I mean, loose beam sabers is far better than having a loose everything. I mean, for the Immortal Justice, the crush fin was loose, the backpack canopy was loose, the wing thrusters, the ones that you can spin around, they started to get loose after a while. And then it goes on to, well, the backpack being loose, everything's loose, everything can go loose, and it's the same thing for the Black Knight squad. Granted, the Rudra is far better than the Shiva about it, but hey, the backpack for the Black Knight squad loosening up is a common problem. I mean, take it from me, I have the Shiva and all 4 versions of the Rudra. And the reason the P Bandai triple set ones lasted quite a long time is just because I didn't bother to move them. I know from my past mistakes. Agnes reminds me of the type of people I hate dealing with in school, so despising her was a given even before I watched Sea Freedom. Yeah. She's such a pick-me. And it's about this thing about nice people as well. Like, I've been through that phase in my life. Like, being a nice guy and all. But the more I went through life, the more I just think that it's disgusting. And it wasn't until, first of all, watching Sea Freedom, and second of all, revisiting Megamind, that I find that just how utterly repulsive being a nice guy was. So that's kind of like the epiphany for me. So just don't be nice to expect something in return. Just be nice for the sake of being nice. And that's essentially how you just get through life and get people to like you. Just be nice for the sake of being nice. Don't expect anything in return. So that's why I just kind of despise Agnes a lot. Just because I don't understand how hard it is to just be a decent human being at some point. Immortal Justice is just kind of all time. I don't like the wing joints on it since you can put them in positions it clearly does in the movie, but toss it up to make them a pretty finalized model for it. In Monster, I hate to say this, but I agree with you. The Immortal Justice is just, I don't know. It just falls flat on its face. So I'm gonna get one side of these yellow bits done before it goes on to the other side. By the way, the aim of this stream is to finish the Wing Zero, at least the body anyways. I may build the weapons off stream. Well, granted it doesn't have many weapons, but hey. If I get too tired, then I'm calling it off. Because I was already like wanting to sleep before I had dinner. And I thought of giving myself a Coke just to get that extra boost, but then again, caffeine just ruins my sleep for me. I really like the design, especially the mask piece. It's not the typical Gundam mask, and I think it's way better without the too much white sticker. I think one of the concept versions of the Rising Freedom doesn't have any of the trims, and that frankly does look better and closer to what the kit gave us, because it was in a darker blue. Outside the Murasame Kai, the Sea Freedom kits I haven't been posed much. Immortal and Mighty being the ones I've rarely touched. Good on ya, because I've been realizing that my the backpack on my Mighty Strike Freedom is starting to get loose. But since it's a far simpler design, it's far easier to tolerate. What did you have for dinner, MJ? Well, just some congee and fried noodles, nothing much. In my case, the Immortal Justice figure hasn't worn down at the boosters or in any other areas besides the waist unit piece. However, the hands on the Immortal Justice... Do you mean the Infinite Justice Type 2? Because I haven't had problems on that one. At all. And I've been posing it far more often than I did the Immortal Justice. What's YouTube freaking out again? Well, the stream health is good, but it's still bugging me about the freaking bitrate. I know, streaming has evolved over the years. And speaking of evolving over the years, I tried to install voice mod. Granted, I got it to work, but it's just evolved far beyond the application, like a voice changer application that I knew in the past, and it no longer has a censor button. That's one of the reasons why I want to mess around with a voice changer app. It was just because back in the day when, I don't know, back in like 2017, 2018, I think, or even something like 2019, there are these streamers that go around like streaming with a Go XLR on their desk, and just mockingly censoring themselves with the Go XLR, and it's like, ooh, that's gonna be fun. And then I found an application that does exactly that, so I don't need to go out and buy like a $300 US worth of hardware. But now they've removed the censor function, unfortunately. Sorry, autocorrect changed Infinite to Immortal. That's a bit sad. I still kind of prefer the Mighty over the Standard Strike Freedom purely due to the Dragoons not having a use unless you get the DX version. Well, true. I can understand that sentiment. Dunno. How do y'all fix loose C-clips using the method to fix loose pegs and joints doesn't work for me? It honestly just is exactly that, but you need to be more careful about how much of the substance you apply. Because using glue to tighten up joints is a very standard technique. Using glue, using top coats, whatever you use to thicken up the joints. But for C-clips, especially for the ones from the Witch from Mercury, which doesn't have the whole flat edge for you to assemble the thing onto kind of thing. Well, look at my Rising Freedom video if you want to understand what I mean. If you don't know what I mean. But for those, you really just have to be very, very, very careful with how much glue you apply to the joints. Or else it will stress the C-clip out too much and it will do more harm than good. What's happening now? Nothing much, actually. Nothing much. I kind of ran out of stuff to talk about. But basically, this is why I'm not gonna be able to do like just chatting streams. I'm not good at it. I'm more of a silent person myself, and I really do not want to delve into the deeper parts of my subconscious just to grab something to talk about, because this is not necessarily the place for it. But I am moving on to the proper arms, so I'm moving on to the arm joints, and as far as I can tell, the arm armor feels more like a high grade more than anything, so I can essentially just do both of them in one. They don't involve small pieces. They actually don't involve any undergates aside from the hand covers, so what gives? The arms can be completed in a matter of minutes. I am back. Welcome back, Barbados. Which real grade kit do you think is the best? That's a tough question because real grades have evolved a lot over the years. And I really don't know which one I would recommend the most, because post Unicorn, besides a couple of outliers, all of them have like their own custom made frames, and it ultimately becomes a matter of which series do you prefer, because you have something. Because personally, I would not see myself recommending like the High New over, let's say, the Epion or the Tall Geese or something. Well, the Tall Geese is more of a different situation. But for the more modern real grades, I really don't know whether or not I would recommend them one over the other. Except for if they have any like major hiccups that you really need to pay attention to. But for the older ones, just approach them with a bit of caution. Hello there. Hey, Vico! Thank you for subscribing. MJ, you talk good. You just need a specific topic you enjoy. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this is literally me at break. This is literally me at work break. I gather around with like a handful of colleagues and talk about the work segment that we just had, and literally we just stay silent for the rest of it until we had to go back in. But coming down to these parts, it honestly feels like this whole thing, this entire thing, is very complex, because you have the transformation and armor separation mechanisms on the legs, you have the opening panels, and even the beam saber storage on the shoulders, and you also have like the opening cockpit hatch and the opening air intakes on the chest. And of course, you cannot forget the good old Daka Daka. So it's kind of a jarring transition to go from this to building what is essentially standard high-grade universal century joints. So something from the All Gundam project. Of course, when you go even further down, there are a couple of frame pieces, but all in all, it feels relatively similar to the All Gundam project, I'm not gonna lie. So so far the impressions on the real grade Wing Zero, the build difficulty is kind of like jarring. Like there's literally it's either 100 or 0 and nothing in between. Wait until I get to the wings because of the auto-morphing flaps that I have to build. He needs people to talk with about IBO. Exactly, Barbonados. So tune into Jury's stream on Saturday, by the way. It would be at 10:30 British Standard Time. I don't know what it is for you guys. Unsure if anyone here has heard of it, but anyone who played or heard of an arcade game called Gauntlet? I haven't heard of it. It's the wing with the eagle mode they showed once in a promo picture then never talk about again. That's the TV version of the Wing Gundam, and I think they were just being absolute children when they were doing those promotional images. I know real grades take their liberties, but none of them really went that far. Like there's not a Girl Walker mode for the real grade Zeta Gundam or something like that. Imagine a Girl Walker mode for the real grade Zeta. No chance in hell. So the Hungry Quanta was pretty fun to yeah, the Hungry Quanta is definitely one of the more fun kits to pose around with. Is that good or bad? Depends. Because I can't handle this build. But with all the small parts and the intricacies and the mechanisms put into this kit, and then suddenly you come into here, I'm mostly having a laugh at it, but if you find like small like mechanisms and small pieces a little bit challenging, then you can take it as a bad thing. But maybe some people just like handling small parts and small mechanisms, then maybe that's a good thing for you. I'm merely stating facts, so you can draw whatever conclusion you want from them. To me, it's neither here nor there. I would expect it from a real grade, to be honest. Oh no. Well, the app ball joint doesn't do anything anyway on the high grade double Quanta. I got the Shia Quanta, and it's been fun to pose whenever decided to, mostly messing around with the high grade Grandpa RX Revive. Now that is a kit that you can pose around with. Simple enough, no needless mechanics, just gunpla joints working as they are on a very basic body. Mine did go loose. I don't know why, but at some point I want to redo that video just to have like a sort of beginner friendly granddaddy Gundam on my channel. I don't know what I'm going to do with my current old one though, just because I don't know how I lost the open hands. It's in a pile somewhere, and there's a lot of reasons that I want to redo a lot of the videos that I have, especially the IBO ones. Unfortunately, I've just been playing catch up for the better part of the last year, so you guys will have to wait until any of those older kits or something gets back on my channel. Am I doing this right at all? No, I'm not. There we go. That's in. I post Grandpa doing some Looney Tunes-esque antics with the Pokemon kit I've got. That's some imagination right there. Hey George, Happy New Year! You just woke up? Where are you from? Are you from, like... Are you from the eastern side of the world or something? My old Revive has not aged well. I rebuilt it this year. It's a solid kit. I will have to do a fresh copy if I were to rebuild my Revive, but glad you did, MP. They've been dragging their feet with IBO Massacre. Surprisingly, they haven't just started selling armor sets and frames on P-Bandai, like the F90 and its... I mean, technically they have been. Because I've seen comments talking about the Barbatos Lupus expansion set. And I honestly don't know if I'm going to review that or not, because it's just an expansion set with just a broken V-fin, a set of red eyes, the Valkyria Buster Sword, and a blue flame effect part. And it's like, is it really worth my time and money and all the trouble to procure one? Is it really? Because I've had like something better to invest my money on, like the high grade Gundam Greep, and I was on an auction while I was on stream last time, and I won it. It was for the ground expansion parts, so that I can finally properly demonstrate the original gimmick that they've implemented into the Gundam Greeps package for the Geminis Unit 1. And actually, my atmospheric and high mobility booster for the Geminis Unit 1 came in the other day. And I may build that at some point soon, before the Greep arrives. My package is still consolidating on Bai, so I still have some time. But you guys can look forward to quite a beefy review, knowing how the Gundam Greep is. I'm from Thailand. It's 5:45 now. I had to bring my dad to the hospital. Oh my god. I'm sorry, mate. What a way to start the new year, taking your parents to hernia surgery. But hopefully it all goes well. Hopefully it all goes well for your family. Did I have... I'm gonna leave my phone in this stream, but I'm gonna celebrate New Year's for a bit. Go ahead, celebrate New Year's. Happy New Year. The thing that bothers me is about the Greep is the size. It's so big, too big. Well, they did redesign it for the new manga, and as part of the reoperation designs. So trust me, I'm gonna be doing some measurements if the backpack is notable enough to give it its own stats. Let me see whether or not I'm missing out on chat. Because I think I've caught up with chat at the moment. I really want a non-Gundam kit. I don't have Gundams. One Xeon Mobile Suits, that's the Casfall's Gundam. Wait! They did not do Casfall's Gundam in Gundam The Origin, mate. And I think that's it? I think that's it. I hope so. The dock set is not the big things. Thank you. You're welcome. Any interest in the Hazel Icarus? Half and half. And with what the police Zaku taught me for this year, I'm not buying kits that I have no interest in. So for the Hazel Icarus, maybe I'll do a review on it. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm just gonna look at Schizophonic's reviews first, because I don't want to have yet another heap of Advanced of Zeta leftover parts. Mostly because, well, I do have some free space in my Advanced of Zeta section in my display cabinet. But do I really want another Hazel? Yeah, I would have made an actual mythology reference. Like, do I want to really fly that close to the sun? But honestly, at the moment, with how stale 2026 is gonna be, I'd rather focus on catching up before I think about anything else. The Hazel Icarus, treat it as a maybe for me. The G-Quack's diaper Zaku's are kind of lame. Depends on who you ask, I guess, because there are definitely some people who like the G-Quack's Zaku design. But to me, because I tried to force myself through the review, I actually built the legs wrong. And at that moment, I just didn't even care. So, I'm gonna start to back away from being one of those people who just reviews something to have an opinion on the internet. Instead, I'm just gonna focus on the newer releases that I'm interested in, which honestly is still quite a hell of a lot if you're talking about this year, like 2025. But that harsh lesson was better learned late than never, or some variation like that. One goal I have for the next year is to get a decent version of the RX-78 because I had the primer, real great, and honestly I don't like that kit at all. Either get the high grade, or some people actually recommended me to get the Gundam the Origin Master Grade for it. Maybe I'll get it. I do still need a proper benchmark for the 1 to 100 scale, and maybe the GTO RX-78-2 will be able to fill that role for me. For me, it's a new high grade Gustav Karl. To be honest, I'm not that interested in the Gustav Karl, but I'll see. Mostly because Will Hathaway is coming out, and it's like one of the grunts that never got a kit. Because it has vastly different proportions compared to the unicorn version of the Gustav Karl. It actually went to the gym and slimmed down a bit. That's very telling, actually. So far, the next year's Gunpla 971 is the new high grade Legend. Unfortunately, it's coming out right at the end of January, so we have January schedule now. We have the Endymion unit G-Quacks coming out on the 10th, and the Perfect Grade Unleashed New Gundam and the High Grade Legend Gundam coming out on the 31st. So it's still quite a ways away, but still something to look forward to. And I don't know if I'm going to be reviewing my old version of the Legend Gundam, like in time for it. So I may be doing that after, mostly because I want to wait until the weather warms back up before I do any more extensive painting. Because if you don't know, at least the gray on the original Legend Gundam is too like pale, when it should be more like a darkish purplish gray, which, as far as I can tell from the promotional images, the new high grade is gonna be in that dark palish, dark grayish, like purplish gray. Gotta get my words there. So if that kit is accurate, then that will save me a hell of a lot of time trying to mix and like try out different mixes for my paints, because the guide will literally guide me to the right direction. Happy New Year, Mecha Mecha Burst! The new Gustav Karl has a lot of remodeling. Just hope they fix the leg joints since they're super weak on the unicorn version. Maybe, maybe not. I think they may just redo the entire thing from the ground up. I like the high grade I like the G-Quack Zaku design, but a bit disappointed with the high grade articulation. It's mostly just the splits that aren't really too good on that kit. It's all because of the design. If it weren't for those massive balls on its hips, then it would definitely be able to pull off more than it's able to at the moment. Right, time to seal up the other arm and then build at least some hands. And I can't believe they actually deliberately left some sort of like armor gaps just to imply some part separation. It's either that or I'm doing something wrong again. And to be honest, what's new? So I need runner E and D7s. Heh, massive balls. Hey, Yami. I'll skip the perfect grade unit. Perfect grade unleashed new Gundam. I saw the real thing is too big to put in my room. Honestly, that thing, I'm actually interested in seeing how Mecha Guy Kotsu will review it. It's probably gonna take another hour just for him to review it. And unironically, I would like to see what other people think about the sky-high price tag for one of those things. And it's mostly because of the price tag that I'm definitely not going for it. I'd honestly rather save my money, even though I'm making a lot more of it now, than buy one of those one of the perfect grade unleashed new Gundams. Not worth my time, not worth my money. And considering that it doesn't even come with lights, and the lights cost another 14,000 yen. Without tax, by the way. It's honestly absurd how much that thing costs. Mecha bringing too much energy in this video as I can't endure him. Well, to be honest, I don't think I'd be watching it either way because I'm not interested in perfect grades. Like master grades, some of them may pique my interest, but perfect grades, they're out of the question for me at the moment. Praying to God they don't do another Astray No Name. On what? The new Gustav Karl? It's just some flashing from the undergates, it's fine. As much as I know perfect grades are known to be expensive, I will admit if I ever got one, it would be one of the Astray Red frames. Might as well get my all-time favorite suit if I want to touch up a perfect grade. True. And because perfect grades are really not an investment that you can be gung-ho about. I honestly, for the price of the perfect grade unleashed new Gundam, I can have 4 tanks of petrol, or gasoline if you're from America. So I can have 4 tanks of petrol. Each tank can last me 400 miles. So would I rather travel 1,600 miles or buy a perfect grade unleashed new Gundam? Think about it. And to be honest, that even though it's an approximation, it still puts into perspective how absurdly overpriced that thing is for just the general consumer. I'm not saying within perfect grades, God knows, because I'm not the expert on perfect grades. But if you want to put it into perspective, think about having the perfect grade unleashed new Gundam compared to one of your necessary daily expenses. Hey, Ed Monster, you know I'm not a mortal man. You know I'm more masochistic than most of you guys are out there. Hey, I reviewed the frickin' Zeus Akatsuki. Who do you think I am? No name comments was regarding the legend and hope the colors are actually accurate. The thing is about the No Name is that the actual prototype was not a CG prototype. It was an actual prototype. And then they changed the colors. Which is absurd to me. They even added a movable shield on for the new Carl. Just an old Carl with further curse with a molded block on the backpack. I have the... Oh, the Jester Cannon doesn't have a shield, does it? Not on the shoulder anyway. Because I have the Jester Cannon. But, yeah. It'll forever be a mark of the 2010s. If there just isn't some sort of small but noticeable flaw on a kit. And honestly, I want to do something interactive with you guys at some points regarding the older kits. Because you know how, like, for the All Gundam projects, or maybe sometime before that, Bandai started, or sometime after that, I forgot. But Bandai started phasing out the multicolored runners until the Asteroid Origin brought them back. I want to like do something interactive with you guys, saying, why did Bandai phase out multicolored runners? Wrong answers only, and then feature some of your guys' suggestions in the video. In one of the videos where I tackle a kid of that era. That would be a very fun thing to do. It's just that I haven't gotten to that point yet. So here we are. We have mostly the main body. Now we can move on to the head. Thankfully it's all in one page. Thank God for that. Just the cannon didn't have a shield at all. Double cannon pack. Ah. Yeah, I haven't brought out my cannon in a while. I stay away from Master Grades because I know once I buy more than my favorite mobile suits, I want more. My wallet already crushed with a high grade addiction. Yeah. Time to get a job, Yami. The feeling when I can't afford a GPU, can't afford a PGU. Yeah. Would you rather buy a GPU for your PC that would last for years, or buy a Perfect Grade Unleashed new Gundam? Maybe that's something we could do as an interactive project. Okay, so starting with the F runners then. Perfect Grade Unleashed Zakuto or Barbatos, and my money is yours, Sean Bandai. I'd rather buy a high grade 00 Sky Mobius than my Perfect Grade New. I don't know, I like the green particle crack effects. Yeah. Even if they're equal priced, I'd take the 00 Sky Mobius. Oh, excuse me. I had some pop earlier. I had some alcohol-free cider, which is essentially just well, fruit juice, carbonated fruit juice. Yes, I know you're not supposed to use it, but it's a softer plastic, okay? Yeah, jury is gonna have my head for this one. PGU new because I use console, not gonna lie. Wait, what is it? I know for next year I want to go try a couple of grunt high grades because I need to change up the collection a bit. You say grunt. I would suggest picking up the Gunvilva. Yeah, which is yet another Gundam looking kit. I'm joking, but you can go for whatever you like. We are 1 hour from 2026 at the moment. Yeah, because my collection is pretty much oops, all Gundam. Props to anyone who remembers the Dragon Ball Fighter Z meme. I don't know that meme. PGU new. Hey MJ's been having a hard time with deciding which shiny Gundam to get. Maya. It's a toss-up because when I say the high grade is a mess, I'm not saying that lightly. It's an absolute mess. But you do get a complete set of features. So you have well, the gigantic shining hand. You have the shining finger sword, which, well, albeit inaccurately, but hey, it's still there. And you actually have a sword that has G Gundam molded onto it. The real grade Shining Gundam, fantastic core body. You can do absolutely everything that you want with it. But when it comes to its like accessories and feature sets, that's where it falls short. So personally, I would say still pick up the real grade. If you like the looks of the real grade more than the high grade, because the high grade, as far as I can tell, it's more accurate to the Okawara line art. So it has those wonky proportions if it's not in super mode. Well, it's faithful to the old blocky 90s design, but if you plan to, but in its normal mode, it definitely looks like it's some sort of a derp wearing a mask. But if you go for the real grade, you have the full transformation, no part swapping required, and you'll definitely have a better looker no matter in which mode. But it's just that the accessories will suffer a bit, just because the Shining Gundam only has one shining finger, a plethora of hands you're not gonna use 90% of, and only 2 beam sabers as its optionals. So choose your poison. You either get a comprehensive kit that is an absolute mess, or you get a very good kit that is not comprehensive. But personally, I would still recommend the real grade more than the high grade, let's be honest here. You know what would be funnier if Bandai decided to make a PG use kits of a build series kit? Screw it. Perfect grade Unleashed, Double Sky Mobius, or even better, Perfect grade Unleashed Build Trikamiki or Shin Burning Gundam. How about a perfect grade Unleashed Momokapul? That would be ridiculous, and I don't think Bandai is as cracked as they are to do that. And the beam is pretty much due to the fact that most of DLC for Fighter Z are just different Gokus. Okay. I'm curious what makes the high grade a mess. It's solidity. Like, the thighs don't plug in properly. The transformation mechanisms, some of them are part swapping. So you rearrange the toes, you rearrange the shoulders. Those are fine. The toes, they start falling off after a while. The side pieces on the ankle armor, they flip down, those fall off after a while. The thighs, forget it, they're polycaps, they don't reach all the way. And honestly, if the pegs in the thighs were a little bit longer, then it wouldn't be that bad. But since they are just a wee bit too short, they fall off whenever you try to rotate the thighs, which isn't a good thing. And as far as I believe, the gauntlets themselves, you pluck them out, you fold out a longer peg, and then you plug them back in for the super mode. That folding joint gets loose after like some time as well. So it's not just the wonky Okawara looks that are a mess. The kit itself is a bit of a mess as well. I will be redoing that, like... Oh, do I even need to put on the... So it has that. Maybe I'll just enhance the eyes, actually. Maybe I'll just enhance the eyes. Ah, screw it, I'm lazy. Actually, I'll leave it. I'll leave it. If I can leave it until later, I will. Also, gotta head off now. Hopefully the rest of the stream goes well, and Happy New Year. Thanks for having... I'm glad to have you, JX Demon. Have a Happy New Year yourself. The high grade aged poorly. The joints are good, but it isn't... Exactly, MP. Exactly. No. Actually, I won't leave it. I'll just use the... I'll just use the separate eyes if I can. Yep. All I really want is that shine from the eyes. And I'm glad I'm getting it from this. So I can maintain the color separation while actually having sparkly eyes. Sorry, need to concentrate a bit. I'm very particular about stickers like these. Actually, I'm just gonna readjust it with a knife. There we go. Now we have sparkly eyes. It's kind of hard to see with the slides, but we have shiny eyes while maintaining the part separation. So what we do first? C12 goes on first before the cheeks sandwiching. Got it. Also paint needed. Oh, come on, first name, last name. Perfect Grade Unleashed Rinko. They might as well just do a 1-to-1 scale then. They might as well just ask Elon Musk to provide the inner skeleton and then modify the outer, the outer mesh into whatever anime character you want. And make sure they get those freaking assets proper. Like, accurate to real life. That way they'll make their profit right there. It's kind of like the plot of Megan in a way, but even more explicit. Bandai needs to make a massacre to 00 Season 2 Gundams, and they must do it at some point. My best kit in 2025 is the real grade Wing Zero, but best high grades are either Gelgoog G-Quacks or Gundam Zagon. Gundam Zagon isn't up there, not as far as I can tell, but it's definitely making it into the top 10 if the P Bandai stuff that is coming my way don't top it. I still have yet to review the Gelgoog, but please understand. I know that I'm very late to that review, but since it needs a respray because the white isn't green enough for my liking, I would like to wait until the weather at least warms up a little bit, because spraying paint in frigid weather, not the best idea. It's not that something would happen to the paints themselves or the hardware. It's just that, well, it doesn't feel good, does it? And if you're spraying darker colors, the paints will actually frost up, so you'll have a layer of kind of like mist on the paint, so it'll be actually have a white layer on top of it. That's what happened with my Gundam Zagon. But luckily, I was able to fix it since I had like some thicker paints and a hairdryer. I'm eyeing that third-party Massacrator route. Is it the purple one or something? Is it the purple one with the Marut mode? Do the eye do a glowy? Not anymore. Good evening, fireworks soon. Hey, I'm not based in London, so it doesn't matter to me. But I fully would expect my neighbors to be setting off fireworks on the New Year's. So if you hear some crackling or banging outside, that's why. Because apparently, like, the regulations around fireworks over here is far looser than it is in America. Well, back in Hong Kong, you absolutely don't have the right to earn fireworks. But I don't know what it is in America, but over here, so long as you can prove that you're of age, that you can buy like some fireworks for like 100 quid a pop. That's as far as I can tell, anyways. If any of you guys live in England, then please let me know if I'm right or wrong. But as far as I know, fireworks regulations seems to be very lax around these parts. Master Grade H3 and HFXR are somewhere along with the XMDXRGs. I got the 1 to 100 Wolf Technologies. What is that, Aiden? What is that? Have you considered using those frostings for a cool diorama? No, I haven't. Because I don't build dioramas. Like, treat me as one of those people who... Oh, Undergates. Treat me as one of those people who builds samples for a store. And that's kind of where that's kind of how I approach my builds. I don't do dioramas. I rarely do weathering. Mostly just because it's a pain in the ass. But I mostly treat my builds as if I'm building a sample for a store that I would really want to exist. And yeah. That's basically the end of that. So if you can think of a way to use the random frosting you get from spraying your paints in single unit degree temperatures, then go for it. All the more power to you if you manage to use the weather to your to use like harsh weather to your advantage. I think the right eye's a bit crooked. Like I said, I'm very particular about how the eyes go. Part separator time, I suppose. Just get the right side of the head off, readjust it, and put it back on. That's the thing with separate stickers about, like, for me. Part of the reason why I don't like them that much to begin with. The Iron Toy Star Abyss is the my Harut. So it's probably the purple one then. Because I remember seeing a purple one and an orange one. I saw the orange one of Massacre Hero with the giant leg booster. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, Hi Juice. Fireworks is okay, but if it's just fire, prepare to call emergency. Oh, don't remind me of it. I've seen the one that happened back home. It was not pretty. I'll figure it out later. Since because you only have like a V-fin and 2 cheeks to put on, so it's easy enough to disassemble if anything. That's my point. And if like push comes to shove, I'll just put on the One Piece sticker. Or rather, this not drive me insane going into the New Year's. Yeah, fireworks regulation over here. As long as you're over 18, you can buy and do whatever with them. Yeah. I hope they don't regret it. Having it this lax. Hey yo MJ, hey yo Sin. I just got a notification for the yeah, watch my Lupus review next year, mate. I'm back from doing fireworks. Happy New Year to you too, Barbonatos. That's nice. Well, at least the cheap pieces attaching to the helmet pieces. So it's not like an endoskeleton, then helmet pieces, then ears. Good. So at least it's simple. Yeah, the difficulty gap between the main body and then the arms and then the head, gee, is either 100 or 0. Take that what you will. I hope no case of using fireworks to dig someone's grave. The British just got too much power. I'm not the one. I'm not in a good place to talk about that. Mostly because I still don't know, like, how the British work properly. I have MJ on 2. Oh, for God's sake, why would you do that? Like, I'm glad you're giving me double the viewership, Addy Cox, but hey. Massacre grades with profit, so many verses they can retool for P Bandai. I'm trying to come up with an example of a mold they did in Massacre but never took advantage of, but nothing is really coming to mind. But hey, now he finally has a face. So at least my Wing Zero can view the fireworks from next door if they do happen. So now it's just a backpack left. Whoop-de-doo. So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages of build left before the transformation and gimmicks. So how long has this stream been going for? I actually couldn't tell. Hey Cyrenius, I'm not the expert on master grades. How long have we been going for? We've been going for about 2 hours. Now we're 30ish. So we are definitely on track to finishing this kit. Cause I can't type on PlayStation. Ah, I see. Bandai's recent kit announcement kind of lackluster. Just don't have any interest in more. Fair enough, Haijuice. Fair enough. I mean, this freaking thing, took them 5 years to make. The Gundam Plutone released in 2020, and guess what? We only get the black version in 2025. It's actually kind of absurd thinking about that. Now I finally get to use this piece. And I'm not looking forward to how easy or difficult the automorphing flaps may or may not be to assemble. Let's be honest. I've dealt with my fair share of like small parts on this stream. Not looking forward to dealing with it like a couple of yards away from me. So fingers crossed it will treat me like it'll make it easy on me. So what am I looking for? F18. I'm looking at it. Massacre Delta Plus also didn't get used for a Delta or Delta Chi. That's totally fair. Yeah, that's totally fair. Then again, people have many complaints with the Massacre Delta Plus. As far as I've heard, I don't know if I'm right, but as far as I've heard, there are so many complaints for it that maybe Bandai just didn't feel like it's safe to capitalize on it anymore. Ah, okay. So this is this is one of the slots for the shield to go into during the transformation. I usually start building from the head when my focus and passion is at the highest. Legs when the brain is on autopilot. Nah, I'm just following the manual at the moment because there are so many small parts to deal with. Fast for also took them 5 years. And I'm still waiting on the bloody GAT revives. What do you mean, high grades? I'm still waiting for Banner to really 2.0 Zeta. I have... Go for a freaking shower eye, Dan! What's the reason behind the large ass wings? I forgot. I don't know. Which one are you talking about? Looks at the Jin. Oh yeah, the Jin. They only made the Jin Gladiator out of that. I mean, they could very easily make a Jin R from Seed Freedom. But I doubt they have any interest in producing nameless, faceless drones. I'd like another Gawk kit. I don't think the Gawk has any straight variants. They're either like heavily retooled or just non-recognizable at all. Not unless you're talking about the straight up Gawk, which I know you have at least 36 of. So we need 29. They need to make a high grade correct century Mahiru, my main from Gundam Evo. Given that they have the Kapul mode and Kapul mold, and they never capped on it, guess where the other Turn A ones would go? It wouldn't be until the next anniversary for Turn A that they would actually pay some attention to it. Where are we on now? We're on G and Wing. What's next? No, G, Wing, X, because Gundam X is the upcoming anniversary, and I think... Am I missing something between that and Turn A? I forgot. Because I think after that, it's literally directly Turn A. So we may see something in 2027. And then we'll have to celebrate... we'll have to celebrate 00's 20th anniversary in 2028. $50 Gogs at the moment, so I've underestimated you. Then, if they released a Master Grade Vercard Delta Plus, I would buy it. My Master Grade version Zeta is still solid. That's how high my expectation is right now on this new modern Vercard. No more ball jointed waste. And the same sentiments I can apply to the hopes of having a real grade double Zeta. Because given how well the real grade Gao Gaigar performed, I was really hoping they would take some... I was really hoping they would take some lessons from that and implement it into making a real grade double Zeta Gundam. Talking about Tristan, Alex needs to revive. Some point. Din R never got an HG and MG is a pipe dream. Well, I was just tossing some variants out there. Like... I'm not that well versed in Seed, and the Din R and Jin R are the only ones I really, really know. Okay, so these ones goes like this. And why? Why am I popping this in right now? Okay, then I guess. Come on, man! I release the high-grade upper hole so I can recreate Shal Akusta's salon. Go ahead and tell her how she gained that gorgeous white hair. Wasn't she on the Pluton when it happened? Because yeah, thanks for reminding me of the character's name, by the way. The Pluton was the reason why Shal Akusta got like an overdose of GM particles, wasn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not all too familiar with the 00 mangas. And by the way, did I miss it, or did somebody tell me what the opening arm hatch for the Pluton is? Like, what is this? What even is this? I may have to do more research on my own. Final build of the year is a Massacre Gog. Of course, knowing you. Can't wait to get absolutely scammed for the P Bandai Hazel Icarus unit. That kit looks decent. I don't know if I like the Icarus or maybe the Biolans more. Hazels are more my soft spot, but the Biolans is the ultimate aura farming Gundam unit. I bet we have some competition from recent releases right now, PR4. We definitely have some competition. MJ, to be fair, Seed also hates all its original designs. Now be happy with their off-brand Xeon clones. Yeah. I'm looking at the Baku and the Lago and well the Jin, the Den, the Zonal, the Goon, and it's like, remember when Seed used to be creative? You can tell your own version of a 1-year war all you want, so long as you're not straight ripping off from the actual 1-year war. Then I think all should be fine. It's such a shame because I think Seed was like the first, well, one of the first, if not the first, mecha series to, like, not mecha series, Gundam series to introduce like, I don't know, actual dogs. Like dog-shaped mechs into the franchise, and that's how we kind of got the Gaia Gundam and the various different memeable variants that came after it. Yeah, my favorite ore farming units, the Gundam-based Haro. Seriously, there's no way you don't know what I'm talking about. What am I doing with this? So this goes in here and opens and closes just because this is another port for the action base. $42. There it is. So just like the God Gundam, not the God Gundam, just like the RX-78 2.0, this kit also has 2 action-based ports. I have no idea why, but hey, it's there. Oh, is it for Neo Bird mode, I wonder? So with the shield flat and this thing obscured, maybe the one somewhere around here is one you can use for the Neo Bird mode. That's what I'm guessing. The ones that chewed Blue Duel, sad for the pilots. It's still a Baku, come on. It makes sense. Coordinators are the worst human variants in the Gundam franchise. Figure they ran out of yeah. And honestly, could see Freedom Zero just come out already? The hand armor of the Pluton was supposed to be the prototype of the GN composite armor. That's what I know about it. I might have to look up what the GN composite armor is. Because as much as I love 00, I'm not really that well versed into its terminologies. Well, I know Veda, I know what the innovates are, but something like, well, I know the Gundams are made out of E-carbon, but with the whole technical aspect of GN particles and how they alter mass and whatnot, yeah, not my forte. So I'll definitely have to look some stuff up. Okay, so these, I'm gonna use this. There we go, so these point straight back. Sandwich these in. and then I can spread these back out to lock it. MJ, no. 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 Goof ignites it. It's just an added jetpack. That's it. Don't forget the Zagoff from Seaford. No new twist on the design. Just added it just as X-Wing backpack. Fukuda. Running out of ideas as usual. Okay, so we need to do the F-21. F-21, put the boosters on, and then we can start building the wings. If I was Sean Bandit, I'd release the goon because of how it's pronounced. Me, oh, for God's sake. Very funny. Happy New Year's, MJ. Actually, do you have a fan name? Or is that too much of a VTuber thing? Well, just call me MJ. People just call me MJ and I just respond to it. But I'm glad you're in here, Jury. Happy New Year. We're still 20 minutes off. 20 minutes off. But knowing me, maybe I'll just hear the fireworks go off next door. Then I'll know, oh, it's Happy New Year's. But I'm glad you popped in. Happy New Year, Jury. I mean, a name for my fan base. Honestly, I don't really have one, and I'm not afraid to spoil it. I have commissioned someone to draw me like an avatar for, well, being. It's embarrassing to admit it, but I like being a cat boy. I commissioned someone to draw a cat boy avatar for me, just so I can pop it like somewhere. Where am I pointing relative to the layouts? So I can put it right here. Right here, right above the freaking like, comment, subscribe. I'm gonna put a Catboy PNG tubers like avatar right there. But I don't know. I don't have a name for my fan base. Gundamers, really? Gundamers? What? Named after the defunct third party company that made the C Gundam. I call him Mr. J. We could just call him MJ. It's the Han. Yep, it's the Han. Now I can officially say I started the year watching a man build a real grade Wing Zero. Good for you. Good for you being like in a time zone ahead of mine. Oh my god. So glad Jury is in there. Kappa with 2005 New Year's glasses, lol. To be fair, I'm born in 2001, so the 2005 meant nothing. It doesn't indicate the year I'm born in. It's just like people keep asking me, what does my name mean? What does my username mean? And I was like, it means nothing. Sure, like when I conceived the channel, I was big into Michael Jackson, so that's where the MJ came from. And I was like, guess what I'm also into? That's how the other part of the name come from. But 2005, nah, it's just something that just randomly popped up off the top of my head. So I just decided to throw in, like a pseudonym needs like numbers and letters, like a modern day password or something like that. So did I cut out the wrong thruster or something? Am I that big of a doof? Yep. How? But anyways, the 2005 in my name means nothing. I'm embarrassing myself. I was real concerned with the 2005. No, it actually just means nothing. Like I said, Shuri, I told you on my streams, I'm 24 years old. So don't worry about it. It means nothing. Time to rebrand. No. Hey Tempest, are you asking Jury like how college is treating her or something like that? Because I'm not in college. I'm working full time. Recent. I well not re- well depends on whether you consider 6 months ago recently. So I'm working full time. It's been treating me so somewhat well. You can basically see how well I'm doing through my upload schedule. Not necessarily good, but hey, doing 10-hour shifts means I get like 3 days off. So hey, at least I get some time to myself instead of having sporadic days off. You think you being 24 is a good thing to me? Well, it's nothing to be concerned about at the very least, Jury. What are you so worried about? Same country, same age, same childhood shows. Oh my god, I forgot how young you guys are. Aren't you like 26 or something? I have friends that are far older than that. We're literally the same generation. You guys got old man hobbies, but only 24. Hey, come on. I've been doing this since I was 12. Okay then. Time to move on to the auto-morphing flaps. So, from the looks of it, right here, I put the flaps in, and then I flip them down, and it seems like I put the jet right into D41. So I'm gonna do one set of these before I move on, because knowing this, because I pulled out my Leos, or well the Leo S as you guys may call it, from Gundam Wing G unit. And you know how the epaulette pieces have like a bracket on the runner where you can just clamp the pieces into it and just nip the epaulette pieces off, so that you don't have to put in individual pieces and then sandwich the pieces in. I fear this may be the opposite of it. So you put in 4 pieces, clamp it down, and they still have the risk of being pushed back out. I'm being very technical right here. My brother's kind of a sort of an economy course. It's like watching numbers yapping. Lately I'm not a fan of watching a lot of Gunpla YouTubers, except you and Joe's Gunpla. Joe's Gunpla, he's a pretty good one, and he also, I think he talks about the processes that he goes into. So, I mean, he does fill some sort of niche, but honestly, being a Gunpla YouTuber for so long makes me realize that I should really just focus on myself. I don't give a sod about what others are doing, like, and how they're either treating the kids or doing their reviews. I'm just gonna focus on myself, do the best I can, and eventually people will come out and watch me. So I've been watching other Gunpla reviewers less and less, not unless it's a kit from eons ago that I will be building. So let's say this, the high grade Gundam X Mao. I've watched what is it? I've watched Type V3's review on it, and I just wanted to go back to watch Robert 184's reviews on it for good old time's sake. Just because I'm so excited to get built this. It's one of my most coveted kits, even though I know the X mold isn't the best basis to build a kit upon. But just for good old early teens nostalgia, I really want to like complete the collection. And I'm close to it at the moment. Joe is great. Not gonna lie, I don't know how you video makers do it, lol. Hey, Jury, just pause in your questions and I'll answer it on Saturday. Okay, the manual sounds like pure alchemy. That's why they use pictures instead of words. And honestly, I don't know if it's like just me being me or something, but a lot of stuff that I do feels like easier once I actually do it than to explain to it on paper. Like driving, for example. Like this is one of my passions, driving. Believe it or not. But driving like a manual transmission, or maybe do you Americans call it like driving stick or something? Because that just sounds weird. I just say what it is. I'm driving a manual transmission, and you know how you have like 3 pedals in like the footwell or something. Like one of them being the clutch pedal. You have to declutch the let go of the gas, declutch, and before you switch gears, put it back up to the biting point, and then release it. So with the amount of steps that goes into changing a gear in a manual transmission, as opposed to just like flooring it and have the computer do it on its own, it's far more complicated to illustrate the steps, like put the steps into words, than it is to actually have somebody do it. Because right now I cannot drive an automatic. I literally can't. I have the right to do it, but I literally can't. I physically cannot drive an automatic. Type V3 is ahead of its time. Yeah. Imagine, insert part F3 into A16. I seriously can't tell if that's your real voice changer, or do you train your voice to be like that? What do you mean I train my voice to be like that? Do you think I train my voice to sound Scottish or something like that? I don't know. This is my natural voice. I'm just changing my accent. sounding Scottish. Maybe I should not have a protein shake beside me. Maybe a fucking can of iron brew. I know swearing's a British thing. I really need to cut down on it. Stat. This is the first time I heard a male get a voice changer accusations. I bloody love doing these funny voices, man. Like, do you guys remember the Black Knight Squad Karura review, where I did like the emotional damage bit? I'm so glad you guys loved it. Like, the whole thing about these intros is like, oh, whether it would be too cringe or something, because like, well, Jury, if you didn't know, I rarely like to take myself all the way seriously. Like, if you know what I mean. Like, there are some instances where I love to just mess around and just faff about with what I do, like just have some fun with what I put out. So in like the Black Knights World Karura video, I was like chastising Orphe, you know, the main villain, for starting a war because he cannot get the girl. There's like something like, so that's definitely worth a talking to at the very least. And it's like, emotional damage cause you to start a war. Are you serious? Just go full Hong Konger accent right there. You sound Scottish now. Need to start speaking in Cantonese or Mandarin, confuse us all. 你講乜嘢啊你? No, I literally cannot do Cantonese on stream. You guys have no idea what I would be talking about. Okay, so insert this, just drive this in, and there we go. So at some point, there may be a panel to expand these things. So I assume it would be kind of like a drum or something that spins and rotates these into place. Okay, so time to do all of that again. Just gonna look to work on a script. Suddenly start speaking Spanish whenever tequila comes out. Wait, what languages do you guys know? No, I don't know Spanish. Like, if anything, I don't know I don't know any of the European languages. Like, the only languages I know, if you count Cantonese and Mandarin as different languages, they're still Chinese. And I obviously can speak English, because why would I be here if I can't? And I can speak some Japanese. That's basically it. I can speak some Gaelic Irish if you wish. But all I can do with Gaelic Irish is ask some ask how their days are. And it would have been so topical because I know how to say Merry Christmas in Irish. And my obsession with like my post like previous obsession with Irish was from Overwatch when they added Moira, and she actually had some Gaelic Irish lines. English or Spanish got stun locked. That reminds me of that scene in Real Steel where Noisy Boy is Japanese program, but that Hugh Jackman just started speaking English, and the kid is like Nigi Hidari Apakato Nikai. And apparently he learned it all from video games, which isn't far from the truth for me, to be honest, because I learned my Japanese through anime. And obviously I picked up a word or two from Duolingo. Speaking of which, I'm just gonna do a little bit of kanji practice, actually, just to get my Duolingo done. Because I know Chinese, I don't need to practice my my kanji. I'm just doing it to fulfill a quota or something like that. Personally, Vietnamese and English, and I'm learning Spanish. Wish to learn Japanese as well when I can. Shit. I forgot I had my volume on while I was listening to some documentaries. But I don't know how it would be for you guys, because having a Chinese background means learning Japanese is a little bit easier on me. Because if you guys don't know, Japanese is actually kind of derived from Chinese. They stole the characters during their during the war times. Let's just say. Let's not go into like gross detail. They stole the characters back then, and they've evolved their own language out of it, as far as I remember from history lesson, which is over a decade ago at this point. So I don't know, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm definitely not the historian in here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for D41. No, I'm looking for D41 and F4. What? You say you get stun locked, and here I am. Yep. Yeah. Left, right, up, yeah. Uppercut twice. Careful, if you ignore Duolingo for too long, it'll start sending you texts daily. Yeah, that's what I don't want to happen. Forking bloody Duolingo. I speak Spanish, English, and Portuguese. Yummy. So you're probably from Middle Europe. No, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just guessing, by the way. I'm just guessing because language is quite an interesting thing to me, especially because I started working in the warehouse that I do, and there's apparently people who are Lithuanian or Polish, or some people are Slovakian or something. Like these more obscure countries, when you like you don't think of like Slovakia or Croatia or Lithuania or something along those lines. When you think about Europe, you mostly think about France or Italy, or let's say Germany, or maybe to some who are more knowledgeable, the Czech Republic. So to me, it's kind of like an interesting way of like getting like a peek into the countries that I don't really know about, and that's kind of like what I'm really glad about. Obviously, I don't understand a single word they're saying, and apparently, according to one of my colleagues, learning Lithuanian is impossible if you're not Lithuanian because none of it makes sense. But it's still very interesting to me. South American, born Brazilian dad and Mexican mom, grew up in California. I'm a mess, lol. uh, so literally a couple of different places like bashed together. In Munster, that's a cool idea. I must be off later. All see you, Matter. Have a happy new year. 5 minutes. Spain and Portugal are both Western Europe. Ah, I thought the UK is the most west place in Europe. Is the UK still classed geographically as Europe anymore? I know they're not part of the European Union and all, but hey. Oh yeah, Spain is one of the more well-known countries as well. Spain and Portugal. Just 18. Go now. Happy New Year's. We have 5 minutes. Didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that either. The family tree is very southern. But honestly, it's that sort of thing. Ooh. Ah, I get it now. It's kind of like a ballpoint pen. So look at this. Look at this. So we have a track. So when you rotate the entire piece, the flaps open up. And when you shut it, it'll have the room to shut. So it's literally kind of like a ballpoint pen, except without the button. That's very interesting. That's very nice. I get it now. And to think that this came about because you have like a strut that goes into elevated rails and splits the parts open. That's insane. That's insane to think about. Okay, so now we can close this entire thing in then. Let's cut out the shells and put the thruster in. MJ, you should speak another language for an entire review just to see how close the auto dub in YouTube does get to an accurate translation. Monster. I have this idea. If they do release a real grade Master Gundam, I don't know if I'm going to be doing it unironically or doing it for experimental purposes, but I'm probably going to be doing a review in Cantonese. And then, I don't know. Because YouTube has like an not auto dubbing. Yeah, we do have that feature now, but you can manually add your own dubs into the reviews. So maybe when when a real grade Master Gundam comes out, I'll do an English dub and I'll translate it the best I can, and I'll do a Cantonese dub and throw it on the same video, so you guys can enjoy me in my native language. Even though I'm less confident about speaking it now, because I've been speaking English for the better part of 2 years at this point. Primarily English. I've been speaking English all my life, but to be speaking primarily English is kind of like a recent development ever since I've moved to the UK. Don't know about Japanese and Chinese history, but I believe that, not gonna lie. Seems like what the Japanese, Chinese, and Koreans would do, basically. I heard you make some joke about English slang, and then you mentioned your time zone. It's like, whoa, and it feels stupid. I didn't realize that earlier. Yeah, what, the Mandala Gundam review? Portugal is the very west of Europe. Spain is directly to the east, and to the east of it is France, and then the north is England. Okay. Ah, I see. I didn't know that. My geography is absolutely terrible. I would be so down for Cantonese. Gotta go to eat dinner. 30 seconds. Well, enjoy your food, Cyrenius. I should probably just call you Siren Head from now on, seeing as you have Siren in the name. 30 seconds. Well, given the latency, it'll probably be a few seconds off. But honestly, let's stop here. And I'm gonna watch the clock. Does my clock actually have Hey, Happy New Year! Hey Kingo, perfect timing. Happy New Year. Happy New Year from the UK. I would expect some fireworks to go off by now, but I'm not hearing any. But hey, Happy New Year from the UK. I think some people have sent me messages, but hey, I'm on stream. As much as I like to be on time for those. Yeah, screw it. Happy New Year goes on for the first week of January, so who cares? Yeah, it'll be far better to be on time, but hey. Maybe I could be asleep by now, who knows? Probably lighting him. So, would this be your last build of 25 and first of 26, lol? There we go! There we go, there's some fireworks. So, would this be my first build of 2026? I doubt it. But it would definitely be the first build I finish in 2026, given I crossed years to finish this thing. And then the second will be will absolutely be the Plutone Black. Hey, Yosin, thank you for the super chat. Happy New Year, Penguin. I can hear from the TVs and from across the street in like 5 places. Well, you're in a busy area, so that's why. I count build time at the time of finish, not purchase. So this would be your first in my opinion. Well, I mean... Okay, fair enough. Well, I started in 2025 to be fair. Okay. I wonder which one of the neighbors is setting off those fireworks. And I have looked at this wrong. Doesn't matter. And so, with the shell on, it will be this little tab right here to rotate the piece. And you close it. I don't know if there's like a mechanism that forces it to close on its own. Or do you have to close it manually yourself? But hey, now I can open it, put in the actual correct thruster in. And close it back up again. Oh, wait, what? So I spin this. Oh, so if I push it, it'll close on its own. Now that's actually like a ballpoint pen. Fireworks while building a wing? Get hero away from me. I don't have the pen, Yami. I don't have the pen. Like, you know that self-destruct pen that they're trying to advertise. I don't have it. So no, this thing doesn't have a self-destruct sequence. I got like 6 kits to choose from as the first build, with another coming next year. What's your list, Edmonster? What's your list? Let's see if I can choose for you. Because if it's some of the stuff that I've reviewed before, then I can definitely give you a good recommendation. Is there a button nearby? Well, I have the mute button, I have my keyboard, I have the camera's buttons, I have my lights buttons, and I have a light switch. None of them are hooked up to my Wing Zero, so don't worry about it. Better press it now, huh? Better press it now. I'm gonna press a test widget button. That's Streamlabs, by the way. Nobody is that generous to donate me $68. The power button. No, I'm not turning off my computer. This is not a do not redeem, okay? This is a real authentic stream. I'm not just a pair of floating hands. I'm an actual person. And by the time my avatar is done, you guys will see my cat boy avatar. Real grade high new, real grade crossbow next to master grade double zeta, master grade regis, F90 cluster, or the high grade phantom with the F90N coming. Either build the phantom or build the high new. If you want to get the tedium out of the way, build the high new, because you have to build like 6 of those fin funnels, each of them with, I don't know, like at least 10 pieces each. But if you want a simple build, go for the high grade phantom. Wait, for some reason this thing isn't working. Well, I guess there's only one thing for it. If it's not working correctly, take it apart and try again. Start the year with a new low, then build onto a high. Okay, so what am I doing wrong here? It works fine this way. I didn't understand what I did wrong, but hey. Now we can move on. We've got an RG Wing TV version, but no TV version Epion, not even a modern high grade. I'm sick of it. It's unfortunate, but hey, Bandai took their own liberties by mixing the 2 versions of the Epion into one. In fact, that's what they did for the high new. Where's my lip balm? Yeah, high juice. That's my point. Like in the last stream, I made that point where like we have an X1 and an X2. They're literally the same kit except for with a different handed weapon, but we still don't have a full cloth or an X3 or God forbid an X0. We don't have any of that. But hey, now that the toughest part is over for this thing, we just start building up the wings. But yeah, they've only now realized the real grade Astray mold exists, so that's why they're doing the Red Dragon like at this point. It only took them what? 10 years? 10 years? 9 years? I forgot when the original real grade Astray come out. But do you remember the days when real grades get these awesome like promotional animations and something? Like remember like when during the first 2 real grades, the Granddaddy and the Zaku got their animations. I don't think the Strike. I think did the Strike get one? I forgot. But I don't think it is until all the way until the Zeta where we got 2 animations because they're celebrating their 10th real grade. And they had an animation where the Zeta was flying and transforming over like either a city or over the sea. And then when we get to the what is the 11th real grade? The Destiny. 12 is the full burner and the Zephyranthes and the full burner, and they didn't get animations. And then the Strike Freedom got a short-ish animation. I think it got 2 versions because one of them only had the wings open up. And then one of them had the full burst, like panels open up with the Dragoons launching off Wings of the Sky support or something like that. And then when we get to the 15th, the 15th is the Exia, which it didn't get an animation. But then we move on to the Astray, which it did get an absolutely killer animation. Like one thing about one thing about that is that I really want to try and replicate the sword dance myself. Of course, naturally, I don't have a sword and I cannot dance, so hey. But that sword dance animation was so addictive to watch. I don't know how many hours of my life I spent watching that. And honestly, if I want to pull it up now and watch it, I can just stare at it for hours. It's just the coolest thing I've ever seen, and I really, really lament over how they stopped doing that nowadays. 10 years, okay. I wonder if the X0 would be glossy silver or plated. It will probably be coated. Not to the extent of the Delta Zine, but probably to the extent of the high-grade Ghost. I love how much the JP community hates Nina from Stardust Memory. Why did they hate her? Like, I've only seen Stardust Memory for the anime. I don't know about like community responses and something like that. I feel like in general Bandai puts less effort into advertisements now. Mostly because we are the walking advertisements. Or advertisements. I still don't know which is UK and which is US, but hey, we are the walking ads. We have the Japanese YouTubers, there are literally a whole ton of them, and then we have us over here in the English speaking space. We have Mecha Gaikotsu, Zaku Aurealis, and we have me, and then we of course we have some of the newbies like Ryuru Pra, Mecha Chat. Mecha Chat doesn't really do reviews, but hey, he does sometimes do news. And we also have Kakarot, who does news. And we have... who is it? Joe's Gunpla Garage. Well, Garage. I'm so... flip-flopping between English. Like, different versions of English. It isn't easy. Because she protects Gato. Okay, fair enough. I managed to convince my friend to buy his first Gunpla at the start of December. What do you buy? Oh, yeah, MP. This is just my my ADHD talking. Like, this is what happens if I don't have a script. Okay, I get very very disorganized. So I didn't mean Kakarot is new. I'm only just listing YouTubers off the top of my head. So we have newcomers like Ryuru and well, Joe isn't necessarily a newcomer anymore, but hey, we have Bandai has so many people reviewing their products, which is essentially free advertisement. So why would they need to spend all the money to animate and hire voice actors to promote their product anymore when they literally can just put things out and have them be advertised for free? Oh yeah, well I don't pay much attention to Hobby Clubhouse anymore, and he doesn't really upload all that often anymore. But hey, my point is, we are the walking advertisements. So Bandai doesn't really need to invest anything into advertising. And it's kind of like Gundam has grown... Gundam has, I think, grown too big to really fail catastrophically to have any, noticeable effect. So you kind of think about, Mr. Beast on YouTube. No matter what people say about him, he's still going to be on top. Because he has that wide exposure. To me, it feels like the same thing with Gundam and Gunpla. No matter what people say about it, good or otherwise, it still had the reach. At least in the Japanese community, where Gundam matters most, it will still have the wide reach. And to be honest, I think a lot of the Japanese reviewers don't really speak their opinions anyway. A lot of them is just demonstrating the features and then adding in a line or two for remarks. So they really don't divulge much on opinions at all. You're doing very well keeping the chat engaged. Cease the doubt, NJ. I don't know. It's usually at this point in time where I run out of things to say. But hey, it's been so long, and there's been so much that has happened in the Gunpla space that there's just a lot to talk about. Yeah, Bandai is stupid. Yeah, I know. Then again, yeah, like I said, remember the days when we had stuff like the real grade Astray Red Frame advertisement or the perfect grade Unicorn Gundam advertisement? Remember those days? Sometimes I wish we still get those cool animations. Like, not sometimes, a lot of the time. I still wish we had those cool animations. And they didn't really step back immediately after that, because we had the stuff from Build Fighters. That advertisement was very addicting to watch for some odd reason. And then we get something like these short animations for Iron-Blooded Orphans, and I think G-Wish had them twice, and of course we had them from Sea Freedom and G-Quux, but they're nowhere near as addictive to watch as the one for the real grade Red Frame. Like, trust me when I this is merely my opinion, but the real grade Astray Red Frame advertisement and the perfect grade Unicorn, those are the two best advertisements Bandai has ever done, and I will not step back my word for that. Yeah, Bandai kind of half-assed it nowadays. Japanese community always try to avoid controversy, not unlike some Irish guy who talks like a drunken pirate, yapping on about insignificant details and deliberately letting biases take over. I'll have none of that on me, Seven Seas. What am I doing wrong here? Talking like a pirate, that's what I'm doing wrong. Ah, crap. So, the small piece needs to go in the end with the socket. This large panel goes into one opposite to the socket, and then we have C26 that will come in later. Keep knocking my light over. Irfan, do you not know that Mecha Gaikotsu is Irish? The most criticism I've heard from a Japanese Gunpla YouTuber is something along the like, "Dance." Touche, Yami. Touche. Japanese YouTubers too corporate friendly, or they'll get sued for defamation if they critic companies such as Bandai. Unfortunately, so. Not Bandai smart. Even when they're lazy, they know they still make money because of hardcore fans exist. Exactly what I was talking about when I talk about like the Mr. Beast phenomenon, first name, last name. Like, they're just too big to fail. At least where it matters anyway. I thought he was like Swedish or something. No, he's Irish. Well, we got halfway to Electric Boogaloo at some point, yeah. Wait, Adonis, which name did I pronounce, like, correctly? No. Bandai, be like, what's a Spiegel Gundam? What is a Versago? Versago is the third demon of the Ars Goetia. He rides a crocodile, I think. Or something. Oh, you're talking about the Gundam. My bad. No, is it a Gary's that rides a crocodile? And see, if it's not from Iron-Blooded Orphans, if it's not taken by Iron-Blooded Orphans, I wouldn't really remember. Oh, garage or garage. Well, yeah, Joe's Gunpla Garage. Mostly because he's from the West. Us over here in the UK, we say garage. For some odd reason. But I usually like to take the piss out of, like, what was that guy? What, like, here in my garage, in my new Lamborghini. Up in the hills, up in the, whatever that meme was. Like, the knowledge meme. We need Gundam Gary. No matter what Gundam anime Sunrise produce, old fans will always complain unless it's the yeah. Meanwhile, we have tourists in the US that will like something just because they feel represented in them, no matter the quality of the actual anime. Wink wink, G-Witch, wink wink. I mean, G-Witch has a lot of issues, and personally I don't like it, but I would not put it beside, like, I would not chastise people who don't like it for other reasons or like it just because they like it. But if you like it for something so shallow as someone's sexuality, then I have no words. I would rather cease the discussion right now. It's hard to tell he's Irish. The painted nails and overly high energy are distracting. Yeah. I mean, everyone has their own styles, and I'm not about to. I'm not about to be the person who criticizes one style. A style can just not be for me, and that's perfectly fine. But at a point where it comes down to having a poor work ethic, then that's where I kind of. That's where I kind of cringe. But we don't want to talk about that. Not on here. These kinds of like negative chastising discussions can be saved for another space. Let's not start the new year off with like overwhelming negativity, okay? Wait. Oh, ×2. I was afraid that I'm gonna have some duplicate joints left over. Oh, okay, ×2. Because there's one joint, one set of joints for every wing panel. I see. Sometimes I just forget that the Wing Zero TV version is a quad wing. Sometimes just my ADHD just work in mysterious ways. Okay, so I'm gonna do the whole shtick before repeating it again, just so I don't lose track of my joints. We need a MAPPA style version of Mecha Show, then people would appreciate it, because the good animation is mostly locked behind shows from 20-30 years ago, which have beautiful detailed animation. If only MAPPA would actually do a series for Gundam. Like seeing their work with the Chainsaw Man movie, it kind of makes me wish that we had something like that in Gundam, because to me, the best animation in Gundam, has peaked. Animation from Gundam has peaked at Gundam Build Fighters and Gundam Thunderbolt, and I think I can say that G-Reco comes in close behind those two. If you're talking about modern animation, if you're talking about the classic animation, then of course, you go to like something G, Wing, Turn A, they all have this sort of same style. They have their own quirks. But if you want to talk about just purely from a technological aspect, I personally think that Gundam animation has peaked at Build Fighters, Thunderbolt, and G-Reco. And I think they never topped it since. Yeah, Witch from Mercury has a lot of issues, and my best episode is 11 or 12 where Bob struggled on Earth. That's peak for Witch from Mercury. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate all of Witch from Mercury. Like, I like the story of Elon 4 and Elon 5, and I especially like the story of Bob. But when it comes to the main story, it's kind of like, instead of the protagonist driving it forward, it's like it's driving the protagonist forward. Not until when it's too little too late. And let's not mention the various plot contrivances that they've used to write themselves out of a corner. Like people refuse to tolerate Gundam Seed's plot contrivances, and yet they can still try and BS their way out of G Witch having its own share of plot contrivances. The double standards, mate. But nah, G Witch has its moments. I would definitely attest to that. They already overworked as it is, and you want them to animate mecha anime those guys. Hey, Kenshi Yonezu asked them to animate Reze dancing to Iris Out. Sunrise really need to do more OVA, because it seems that's how we got good animation for Gundam. Maybe. You say that, and then we have Path of the Little Challenger. Remember, the anime and manga only exist to sell kits. Bandai is a company, profits pay bills, passion does not. Exactly. That's what's saddening about this hobby, is that only profits drive it forward. Unlike back in the day, when passion drives the project forward. But since Gundam is too big to fail, it doesn't really matter anyways. They can just drive out a half-baked story and people will still buy their kits, because that's where their primary revenue comes from. That's why I'm kind of concerned for like the continuation of Uth Hunt. I like both G Witch and Seed. Hey, if it's what you like, it's what you like. I'm not gonna criticize you for it. So long as you can tolerate the faults, not try and BS your way out of it, then, like, true liking to me is like admitting something has a fault and yet you still like it. Jury, if you're still here, it's kind of like your example of, oh, I know the Gremory has flaws, but I still love it nonetheless. That's true liking to me. I should watch G-Reco. Watch the movies. G-Reco as a series, I don't know. I don't know what Tomino was thinking while he was writing that, but it feels somewhat more coherent if you watch. Is that a nub? G-Reco feels more coherent if you watch the 5 movies back to back. I don't know why. But something about G-Reco just doesn't feel like it's made for an episodic release. It feels like it's harder to follow as an episodic release. There we go. That's a set of the wing joints done. Just gonna spin them back into the correct place, and we can do this whole shebang again. Alright, I'ma head out. Have a good year, everyone. Stay safe and healthy. Nice having you here, PR4. I'll keep that in mind. I feel like flaws can also be subjective in severity. That's also true. But bottom line is, for me, if you can admit to something having flaws, and yet still appreciate it for what it is, and still like it, more importantly, that's what I feel like true liking is. So it's not like those Jesus Yamato cultists that just blindly like it for the sake of oh Jesus, Yamato is the best Gundam pilot and nobody can change my mind. It's like, come on. And whenever someone points out an objective flaw, they just cry in their diapers just because their like worldview has been shattered. That's like quintessential denial right there. I guess my point is, like, if you summarize it, I guess my point is, if you can like something without being in denial that something has flaws, then that's true liking. Like, even if you find your soulmate, you don't really like anything. Like, you don't necessarily love everything about them, but you can still love them for the person they are. Like, that's kind of like the point I'm trying to drive home. At the same time, you can do the same thing for something that you don't like. You can admit that you like parts of it, but you don't like it in its entirety, despite the fact. That's kind of like what G-Witch is to me. I like some parts of it, but I don't really like it as a whole. Just because I feel like it doesn't really deliver on the prologue's potential, which the Vanitas Heart manga does. But either way, liking is in the eyes of the beholder. So I'm not really gonna talk about what people should or shouldn't like, because that's really just up to them. I like C mostly because of the MS designs, and like I said, I do love, and I mean actually love, the sound design for Gundam Seed. I think that's one of the most immersive sound designs I've ever heard of from anime. And I feel like it's anime of that era, well, at least started in that era, that use the same sound kits, and they sound the same, but they all sound so immersive and impactful that I just don't care that it's the same sounds. So they've reused the same sounds for like Gundam Age, but they still managed to do their own weapons and activation sounds, and still made like the base sound kit their own. And Battle Spirits use it 1-for-1, and yet still they manage to provide an immersive experience just because the sound design itself is so good to begin with. Gundam always somehow has a problem with the side story being better than the show we get. See Peak at Stargazer, yeah. Kira is good during the first half until he got Freedom and Orb during the fray as a good peacekeeper. Yeah. I don't hate G-Witch and C, but I admit their flaws. Now that's kind of where I'm coming from, George. Thoughts on the real grade Wayne? No. Thoughts on the real grade Wayne Zero changing the chest focus from flipping to just opening up? I mean, I forgot how it was in the anime, but the interpretation for the chest Vulcans has been changed between different products. Well, I mean, the high grade had the chest Vulcans, but you really need to pray that resting the cover on the barrel of the Vulcan doesn't make them fall off. So essentially, it doesn't have a gimmick. And then I don't know how the Massacre Proto Zero tackled it, but I know that the metal built figure just had the white parts fold into the chest to reveal the barrels. And now here you just have this, and wherever you can grab some leverage, if you could even do so to begin with. It's kind of harder with the head on, but you just flip it out, flip it up, flip it out, close it back onto the barrel. That's it. So that's probably the closest thing we can get to maybe anime accuracy in terms of the final results, that is, not the mechanism. Because like making an extension mechanism that small would be quite a tall order, even for a real grade. So them having approached it like this must have been the best, like must have been the best way they've determined to approach it. And I at least I appreciate that it's there, unlike the high grade. Mu is the best character from the main story in Seed, even with Destiny trying its best to ruin that. Yeah, unfortunately. They literally made him the perfect human in universe, so that's lame. Oh yeah, freaking Kira Yamato, yeah. I was literally talking about that, like talking about that with someone at work who knows Gundam, and they were in agreement with that. Okay then. Moves a Chad even when drifting a space calcul. Hey, Catcher Inoshi survived being struck by lightning, okay? Not just any lightning, space lightning. Meanwhile, Flay Ulster couldn't survive being blasted by the Providence Gundam. I think that says a lot. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just extending joints because that's what the instructions told me to leave it off. Alright, next page. Kira misunderstood, lol. Hi Juice, are you saying Mario are you saying Ramius is the best waifu just because of her assets or something? Hey Raven! Thank you for the 20 months. Happy New Year. I think Kira is a misunderstood character. Yes, he has a lot of plot and more depth than people give him credit for. Which I will give credit to Fukuda's. Well, I don't know who wrote the first half of Gundam Seed Freedom, but he does have character depth there that they're trying to explore. But then all the stakes get thrown out when the Proud Defender got brought in. Gundam Thunderbolt, December Sky's Grave of Bandit Flower start to go off the rails. I haven't even finished Bandit Flower. Like, the last time I watched Bandit Flower was before stream. Like before my immigration. So imagine that. That was a long time ago. I don't know what is it about Bandit Flower that didn't like compel me to finish it. I really don't know what it is, but I just really do not feel like finishing it. Yellow shirt Maru Ramius peak. Make sure to put Jurwalk mode in the review. Why? It will literally not have any feet when it's transformed. Yep, it's a bad idea to cut everything out like this. But as far as I can tell, this is the longer piece. This is the shorter piece. That goes on like that. And this closes everything up. I like Maru's tomboyish outfits. Fair enough. Fair enough. I hate being shallow. So that's why, so long as we're not into the characters for their, like, just for their physical characteristics, then fair enough. Not to say I don't fall into that same trap myself, but in general, I think we should be into the characters for who they are instead of what they look like. Honestly, well, to be fair, character design is also a thing, but that's besides the point. I know a lot of characters are designed to basically have like over-exaggerated like features and whatnot nowadays. Like, we don't see Sailor Mass in that kind of like in that sort of treatment. That would be fun. What is it? It's that Bandit Flower is half of a second part of a 3-arc story. So basically, December Sky plus Bandit Flower equals 1.5. Is that what you mean? Happy New Year, Forklift! It's been 40 minutes since New Year, what the heck? I'm gonna get some ice cream after this. No joke, I'm gonna go and get some ice cream. And by the way, do you guys want to, now how long has this stream been going for? I literally cannot see. It's been going on for over 3 hours. So I think what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna finish the Buster Rifles off camera. Unless you guys want me to finish it on stream, just because how long are they again? They are literally, well, the Buster Rifles and Shield constitute 2 pages, so what do you guys say? What do you guys say? Should I finish it on stream or should I finish the weapons off stream? Because at the very least, I want to get the body done during the stream. And since it's been going on for like 3 hours, I don't know. I really don't know. Keep a chill stream. Poll time. Yeah, poll time. What kind of ice cream? Well, it's one of those popsicles. You know, the ones with the chocolate crusty outer layer, and you dig into it. And it's just ice cream. I sent Jury a picture of one, and she didn't understand it. It's pink lemonade ice cream with white chocolate as the outer layer. Excuse me. Okay, so poll time. Not a Q&A, not a Q&A. Stupid thing. Ice cream ASMR, even though we have background music playing. Literally, my Discord is just flooded with Happy New Year's. I'm on stream! For God's sake, I'm on stream. Give me some time, please. Well, we're actually 50-50 when I clicked back in, sorry. Class with all kind of... What, no dates. I don't think Thunderbolt is canon to Prime UC. Oh my god. Rusty and Still Haze. Where did the Armored Core things come from? Yeah, 1.5. I see. What kind of ice cream? Also, mind if I ask how you have your camera set up? Do you mean for the stream or something? Like, because I bought a camera arm on Amazon, so I literally just have it hovering over my desk. Yeah, it's those chocolate shell with an ice cream center. Yes. Could it be possible for the rest of the Wing Boys to get their own RG? Maybe. I mean, they did promise us the EW designs when the Wing Zero EW came out. No luck on those at the moment. Dang, someday I get my own real grade. Same day I get my own real grade Wing Zero. Crazy luck. Yeah, well, I mean, I got this in October. No, not when did it come out again? October, I think. I forgot. I got it when it came out, and I still haven't built it. Mostly because I was focused on work, and I think I still didn't swap to the to my longer shifts to have more days off. So yeah, I was literally just playing catch up, And I didn't deliver the list of 2024 kits until November, so what gives? So I've had this since a long time ago, relatively, and I'm only building it now, just because I only have the time to. And since I am going to be focusing on kits that don't need like an extensive repaint at the moment, just because the weather doesn't really do me any good at all, I am going to be focusing on stuff like, I think, the Gundam Sirius or the Leon, or maybe this thing when I finally get to writing the script for it. And I need to see how much I need to paint for the G-Quax Dom, because I have literally 2 kits from G-Quax that I haven't reviewed. And I can relatively knock them out relatively easily if I can muster up the courage and time to. And trust me, I'm thinking of taking another 4 days off in February. I'm being a cheeky sly Neko. But I'm basically gonna have half of February off if I get those days off allowed. So February is my real time to catch up. And besides, last year when I've gone outside to do some varnish, that's when the weather started warming up past 15 degrees. So yeah, so that's the prime time for me to catch up on my reviews. What's your thoughts on the SNAA kits? The knockoff. Well, is the Aspen a knockoff part of SNAA? Or, well, as the bunny would call it, SNA kits. If on stream, relax first. Sure. I still have some protein shake left over to drink. No pressure to finish the kit. Make another pull. Nice. Fucking. Okay then. Let me finish the wings, and then I'll see the poll results. But it's highly likely that you guys would want me to finish this on stream. But I'm not blaming you guys either way. I still have 3 days off, and I'm probably gonna sleep in tomorrow. So screw it. Whatever. If I sleep in, I sleep in. I've wanted to sleep before this stream. Screw it. If I get up at 1 p.m. tomorrow, sure, whatever. It's not like I'm under pressure to do anything, because I've brought you guys this Zargon review on Christmas. And I think it's reasonable for me to, like, well, now that I finished the Barbatos Lupus, nothing is outstanding at the moment. So I guess I can take my time off then. What is it? I'm going on a stupid tangent at the moment. SNAA kits. Not sure. Blame the one posted by Bandai about how to do UC or something. They told you to skip double Zeta. Bad idea. Thunderbolt and G-Quax both have let's just accelerate tech development so we can have all the stuff in the story we shouldn't. Yes, in 008C7 they still have those, like, wired phones, but in 008C5 and G-Quax they have smartphones. Those real grade EW units instead got turned into the high grades, lol. No. The high grades never got, well, like, the Endless Waltz wing units never got high grades. Well, if you discount the high grade fighting action ones, but those predates the real grade announcements. But the high grades got their TV versions. So now that we got the Sandrock in high grade, which is I think what you're trying to bring up, then yes, we will probably get the rest of the boy band in high grade form in Endless Waltz proportions. And then maybe we'll get the Frozen Teardrop versions after that. Yeah, see how unremarkable 2026 is shaping up to be at the moment, because by now last year G-Quax was announced, and so we expected the massive gaps in releases to have been filled, and yes, indeed they did. But we have no new announcements now. We only have Hathaway, and Hathaway, we have a lot of the stuff that was from Hathaway during the first movie release. So I seriously, I don't think I can blame myself for forgetting that the high grade After Colony Sandrock Kai EW version is a thing, especially not considering how expensive it is. Okay, this runner's done, so that can be disposed of. Hey, Laser Girder, Happy New Year! Bastion. What? What are you talking about, Bastion? You talking about Bastion from Overwatch or something? Thunderbolt and G-Quacks are alternate UC. Exactly why you have smartphones in 0085 but not in Prime 0087. The feed thrusters aren't color separated, it's all silver gunmetal. These? Or are you talking about some other kit? Off topic, has anyone here used the Black Godhand's LTN 120 better than the blue one? What are those, actually? Let me look them up. For cutting plastic and ultra thin, no gate marks. So they're either an improved versions of these ones, or just a side grade, or they serve a different purpose, like how the red one is for rougher work, so you can cut into some thicker things, while these ones are typically used for fine tuning. So either the lightning one is a side grade that combines the two elements, or it's a complete upgrade in and of itself. I don't know. I've never used them. But if I can see them next time I go back to Hong Kong and I think I deserve an upgrade, then I'll get them. Because these things are still nowhere near 1 year old. And I've been using my Red God hands for God knows how long. When did the real great night combat version of the EVA Unit 1 come out? Because that's how long I've been using these red nippers. And they were still fine. I mean, I've been using them to clip out leftovers and something like that. MJ, I've been hyping your videos, so I hope they get more views. Hopefully so. Thank you for doing that. Especially because I plan to hopefully get to 20k subscribers soon. And like I said in the last stream, if I get to 20k subscribers before the Metal Robot Spirits Marcosius comes out, then I'll buy it. That's like a sub goal challenge for you guys. So if I get there before it releases, I'll buy the figure that I absolutely hate lore wise. And I'm not backing down, mind you. It's not like how Zethathonics says that he will cross-dress if he gets to 100k subscribers. Sorry, I had to concentrate on this. Oh yeah, Samurai Studio adopted Isekai anime and it was boring. The assassins or something. The visuals look good though. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. So that's the monocoque layout. Nice. Oh yeah, imagine we get high-grade surface for Endless Waltz this year. Dang, I love grunt builds from Gundam. I mean, if anything, if the Daughters is anything indication, it will probably be a P Bandai kit. Unfortunately so. All of I'm getting sleepy now. Good night, y'all, and Happy New Year. Thanks for having you, Barbarnados. Happy New Year to you too. Ip Munster, you're a bit late on that. You're a bit late on that. I've already hit 18.8 subscribers. 18.8k subscribers. But no, I would not be buying the Metal Build H2 Darkhound. Well, is it Metal Robot Spirits? Metal Robot Spirits. I wouldn't be buying it just for reaching like another 100 at this point. 19k maybe? I don't know. I'm not that big of an Age fan. Even though I started my hobby with Age. Maybe during 19,000 subs, I'll do a re-review and put it on the top of my priority list under new releases. Like a re-review of your choosing. So that my actual request list would actually go down a little bit. Okay, so I need A18 and A19. Would be cool if we get the Virgo and Taurus in high grade too. Yeah. They say Wing was one of the most influential series for bringing the franchise to the West, and yet they did nothing with it. All they did was do a 4K remastered screening for Wing Endless Waltz alongside Path of the Little Challenger, and they made the TV upgrades available overseas in retail markets. That's it. Oh good, then you can get it no problem. No. I mean a re-review. So, an updated version of an older review in Monster. 19, maybe? I don't know. I'll have to plan it out a little bit longer. But, at least for now, I don't want to think about, like, elaborate plans because I have a stream to prepare for on Saturday. And I actually want to enjoy some of my time off. So, if I have any elaborate plans for subscriber milestones, then I'll announce it on my community page. So stay tuned for that. In my opinion, I feel like Bandai keeps milking Seed. Knowing the Liberty Astray red frame, yeah. They're probably gonna keep milking Astray until it's dry. For the next 2,000 years. High grade after calling the Virgo essentially has enough base kits released to make it, and they can make the Virgo retail release in the Virgo 2P Bandai. Maybe the Virgo 3 also. Yeah, they can just basically redo the they basically bases off of the Leo. And I think the Virgo also has the planet defensors, doesn't it? So I haven't unboxed it yet, but I do have the Viate and Mercurius Suivan. So depending on like how the runners are laid out in the Mercurius and Viate, they can very easily make the Virgo if the planet defensors are separate from the rest of the body. No grade Jin R review for 19,000 subs. What do you mean Jin R? There's no... I haven't reviewed a Jin before. And there's no Jin R from Seed Freedom. 500 Master Grade Astray mold coming your way. Yesterday I found a high grade... No. Yesterday I found a Zaku 2 Pink Panther around $60. 1900 baht in Thai. Damn. And I love Zaku 2 from Origin. Didn't buy it though because Zaku 2 Thunderbolt are in stock as well. Review the Din instead. I did not review the Din! I'm gonna review... What am I gonna review? My dinner? Like I said, My current idea is that I redo a review from olden times. Like what? Like I redo a review of your choosing from the olden times. I'm not necessarily saying that I would do a request, like a proper full-on new kit request, if that makes any sense. High-grade Cosmic Era did win Bandai. It's a new series, so the main Gundam gets a kit. Yep. Re-review the IBO lineup, the Tryon 3. Like I said, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. At the moment, I just have too much to think about. Like I said, I've had a stream that I need to plan for, and I also want to enjoy my 2 days, like my next 2 days off, because I'm going out on Saturday, and then I'm going back to a stream. So there's a lot to do still. There's a lot to do, and a lot I want to do. So whatever I do for 19,000 subs, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Re-review your first review. Oh, now that's an idea. Because my first English review... Actually, let me focus on putting this thing on first. Because that's kind of like an idea I have in the works at the moment. My first English review, if you guys didn't know, was the high-grade Exia Dark Matter. And I plan to re-review the high-grade Amazing Exia. What are the differences between the two? The colors, the toes, and the head. That's it. The rest of the features, except for the second like handheld blade being turned into the traditional Amazing GN sword, all of the other features are the same. And besides, you get some dark matter leftovers from the Amazing Exia. So essentially, I have that planned out. So I am three alternate dimensions ahead of you guys. I'm joking, but hey, it just means that I have the idea to redo one of my first reviews through a variant. Okay then, so that's one of the wings done. And this isn't closing properly. Great. Because now it has like a triple hinge with a ball joint and a swivel. No, like, I couldn't imagine the Wing Zero needing that much articulation in the wings. But I'm not going to transform it on stream, no. But we'll see when the video comes about how well these 5 to 6 joints serve the Wing Zero's wings. And honestly, look at it. It looks a little bit too bland compared to the main body, doesn't it? It just feels like it screams the need for decals in order to match up what the main body has going on for it. Am I the only one that feels this way or something? I don't know. Re-review the map. Ed Monster. You guys really love trolling, don't you? If you guys really love trolling me that much, get me to 20,000. Then I'll buy the Metal Robot Spurs Marcosius, the ones that I hate lore-wise the most. Time to do this whole shtick again. Review a gunplay in Cantonese and with Hong Kong dub for April 1st. Maybe, but it wouldn't make sense to do so if it's not the Master Gundam, because that's a Neo Hong Kong representative. I'll actually re-review the God Gundam, but this time in Japanese. I can't do a full review in Japanese. I mean, I said I know Japanese, but I don't speak it fluently. So, amazing Exia. Wouldn't the multi-grade review the Abiolina Toronto, re-review the Earth 3? Does someone want an Earth 3? I don't want two of them in my collection. Actually. Sure. I know I have a set of armor that I still haven't painted, but more Earth 3 means more armor. And more armor means more custom ideas. I just need to know how to execute them is all. Also show the new box art. Yeah, the burning Gundam. Yeah, how anticlimactic. Thank you, Christians. To those people who whine about this I feel as hell in the name back in the day, you guys can all just shut up. You guys are more sensitive than I am. I'm joking, but I don't understand. Like, why was it such a big deal? Or was it just because of religious purposes that they're so sensitive over the word hell being in the name? Actually, for April 1st, do a review like. Actually, for April 1st, do a review like how MGK did his on December. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, put in absolutely no efforts and just yap on about the build for like 2/3 of the video? 2/3 of the 30 minutes? And actually, you know what? I might have a kit that's perfect for that. I might actually have a kit that's perfect for that. No, that thing is not going on the list. It's from 2025. Actually, I'm just gonna say it right now. It's the entry grade Wing Gundam. I have it for some reason. And I initially did plan to do like a cheese versus cheese video on it, just because I feel like the entry grade is so redundant that you'd still probably be better off buying the high grade. And I still like bear that opinion to a degree, but I want to experience the entry grade wing before I actually do say that concretely. But judging from what I've seen of the entry grade Wing Gundam, there you have no proper way to do the bird mode, you have no proper beam saber, the shield doesn't split open, and the rifle, even though it's color separated on the high grade, it's not color separated on the entry grade, even though it was just would be like one piece of yellow plastic. So all in all, I still think the entry grade Wing Gundam is kind of redundant. It's kind of like made for the sake of existing for the Wing Gundam anniversary. So I'm automatically excluding that from the list just because it would definitely be nowhere near the top. Because it's not like I plan to do a proper review on the entry grade Wing Gundam either. It was religious purposes. I genuinely ended up receiving my God Gundam pre-order restock in the renamed Burning Gundam box. That's such a shame. I still have the original box, so I'm keeping it as a relic of what was. Because no way am I accepting the censorship. It's always parents. Yeah, maybe it's similar to why the series released trying to remove overt skeleton themings and designs. Maybe. I really don't know. Yeah, because Warbearers got pissy over the word hell, and the same reason God became burning, among others. And yet, they censored mandala even though when it literally just means circle. And yet they censored Spiegel when it means mirror. And they censored nether. I don't know why, because maybe they're too Minecraft brained, even though Minecraft didn't exist at the time, thinking that it may mean the pits of hell, and named it Hurricane Gundam. Or when they're too afraid of an alcoholic name being too influential to the demographic, they renamed the Tequila Gundam into the Spike Gundam, or the the Minaret Gundam into like the what they I don't remember what they renamed the Minaret Gundam into. There's just so many examples of nonsense censorship that doesn't make any sense when it removes all the charm of G Gundam. Such a nonsense thing. I don't think you have enough energy to emulate MGK in any way. Me neither. I did try to do an impression of him in my D Gundam first review, and it came off short. I mean, trust me, I used to have that amount of energy, but it just got snuffed out. Or, it's either that, or I used up all my energy at work, that I have none left for the videos. And to be honest, all of those possibilities are plausible. Yeah, but I went lazy on that. This stupid entry grade wing Gundam. It's not even necessary. It's so pointless. I bought the EG. It was fun to build a simple kit. I wouldn't deny that, but the same thing can be said for the high grade. And to be honest, I think like I can say the same for like the real grade, not real grade, the entry grade Granddaddy, to be honest. Just because you have to jump through so many hoops to get it fully loaded. When in the high grade, you can literally just buy a kit and get a fully functional basic loadout. Cancel culture is strong. That's why we can't have the Tequila Gundam. The Mandala censorship was weird. Yeah. They're gonna rename the Netherlands once Donald Trump has a hold of it, or well, he's going after Greenland, so one way or another, the Netherlands will be subsumed, and they're probably gonna have to rename it because they're gonna think of the Nether from Minecraft. People are just too sensitive these days, and if that's how sensitive they were in the freaking 90s, imagine how people are now. You mean they haven't made an entry grade unicorn yet? Entry grade wing was such a failure. I wouldn't say it's a failure, but I would say it's just a dud. Just a nothing burger. Which honestly, I would say it's worse. Because I would rather feel strongly about a kid that I don't like than pure and utter indifference. Like, I'm not joking with you guys. I honestly think I like the I think I like the TR5 Gatplan Gigantic Arm unit, just for how memorable the recording experience of it was. Because compare that with the high grade police Zaku, where it literally had no impact on me. I was like, why did I put myself up to this? So literally, I think I would rather feel negatively about a kit than indifferent about one. Because at that point, I just don't care. MP, what do you mean, why is the white orange tinted? Are you planning to get SMP Baltea since review Armored Core 6 kit? Can someone send it to me? Like, what is the SMP Balteus? I know what the Balteus is. It's that massive thing with a belt of missile launchers, but is there actually gonna be a figure of it? Is what I'm asking. The unicorn will possible bearing upgrade, worse articulation, and worse colors. Like I said, it's not so much as a failure as it is a dud. The AG Wings White is a cream color. Look at it closely and look at comparisons. SMP's a model kit line candy toy. They're limited print, hard to get, and extremely expensive. Basically, if Bandai isn't confident as an IP, they make an then maybe not then, because if it's anything similar to the Super Shock Gundam, then it'll be far too hard to obtain for not necessarily a worthy price. But hey, maybe I'll get a high grade wing at some point, just to compare the two. Or I'll just look up reviews at this point. But if you're talking about me doing a sort of MGK style waffling about review, then maybe I'll do it with the entry grade wing. I just don't care enough about it to do a full-on proper review with full-on touch-ups and whatnot with it. Okay, so the little winglet's inside. That goes there. That goes there. And that's the second wing done. We will see eventually whether or not these joints will pay dividends. But hey, here is the full body of the Wing Gundam Zero TV version done. And honestly, I love how it looks. It's still got that deadpan expression. Has so many panels and details. Maybe some wing purists would think it's too much, but everything works well. There's far more mechanics than anybody could ever dream of using in the wings, and of course you have the automorphing ballpoint pen mechanism in here that can also close on its own. Seriously, this is a whole nother level. If you think the Crossbone Gundam was a tough build because it has small parts, this one is a tough build because it has so many tiny mechanisms, and let's not even mention the transformation mechanisms. Just because you look at this, the high grade had to use completely different parts just to replicate a semblance of what this is going on about. Meanwhile, the real grade can do it with, I don't know, a handful of pieces that require extreme precision to line up before you sandwich the armor on. But this is such an all over the place build that it's kind of really hard to pin where the difficulty is, because you get the central mass, terribly hard difficulty just because of the small pieces and the precise alignment that you need to go through, and especially because you have to replicate the smallest things ever, like these air intakes that I don't think anybody's gonna ever keep open. And then you go to the arms, which is just a high grade arm, to be honest, just a high grade arm in real grade level skins. And then you get to the head, same thing. And then you get to the backpack, which is kind of like what you would expect of a modern real grade. This is just such a chimera of difficulty, and yet you produce something this beautiful out of the box. So that's kind of like my quick first impressions on the build for the real grade wing Zero. And it's exactly the same as the Super Shock Gundam. Huh, nice. The features just announced today. Okay. So you guys have voted that I finish the weapons on stream. Literally 3/4 of you guys. Okay then, so we're gonna take a brief intermission. I'm gonna grab a snack, and then I'll be back. Still happy you did great on the Super Shock, my dude. Nice. Modern high grade for the win. And guess what? I'm gonna check back this in the archive and then I'm gonna refine what I just said into the script. Okay, I'll be back. Hello there. I'm back. So, this is what I got. A Magnum dark chocolate popsicle. So we can just have a chat before we begin. We begin again. Jeez, this stream is taking a lot from me. Wait, is my playback frozen or something like that? You guys have seen me, dark chocolate. Oh yeah, it's a little bit backwards then. Yeah, it's a little bit behind. Yeah, Warhammer. Look at what they're doing to mimic even a fraction of our engineering. Let me see. While the wings are less agreeable than the body, the thrusters in there almost make up for it, to be honest. That's impressive. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thruster isn't exactly hard to assemble. It's like 4 panels into a sandwich structure with a strut in it. And apparently that strut is railed, like inserted into rails that resemble something like a ballpoint pen. So, yeah. Have you reviewed the ingestion machine kit? What is that? Did they actually make a model kit of a plastic injection machine? Will we be getting any announcement for X since this year's the 30th anniversary? I don't think so. Not until the third quadrant, because Bandai has basically sorted out the first two quadrants now. So it is not unless they would it is not unless they give us some surprise announcements to fill in the gaps of releases. I don't think we will be getting any X announcements until the until it is for July to September. Yeah. Yeah, Dark Chocolate. I kind of hate that the Super Shock Gundam was released by Bandai Shokugan, as it would get reprinted less. Yeah, did it ever get reprinted? Let's be honest. I saw the ice cream wrapper. Yes, I've showed it. I've had that ice cream before. Delicious. Depends on which flavor of Magnums, honestly, because I've had the white chocolate Magnums before, and they're so sweet, like so sweet to the point that they almost tasted bitter. No way. A model kit of the injection machine? Let's kind of slow it down a little bit. Let's have me review, let's say, one of those model kit consoles before I do something like that. You're so funny, first name, last name. The H Magnum kit. You're very funny. Been playing through Armored Core 6 lately. Hopefully they make a Fumeze 30-minute mission kit eventually. Maybe. I mean, they're making that big, gigantic Arquebus Advanced Development Division tank. And since they name their parts after numbers, I can't really remember the specific number of that thing. Find the bonsai tree kit and build it. I might, to be honest. I might actually add to the feng shui of my of the warehouse. No. Since residing in the UK, have you tasted Citadel paints yet? No. I've tried using them. I've actually used them on a mandala etch, so they're pretty good to use, so long as you have top coat nearby to seal them all in after the fact. But yeah, to those who just popped in, we are having like a short intermission of me like eating this ice cream before we finish off the weapons and finish off the video. What video? Stream. And after this stream, I think I'm gonna be taking it easy on myself the next 2 days. If only I'm just gonna be scripting like upcoming reviews, because honestly, the Master Grade, the High Grade Zargon and the Master Grade Barbatos Lupus took a lot out of me. So I'm gonna be taking it easy, and then I have plans on the 3rd, and then I will see you guys on Jury stream. So if you guys want to know when Jury stream is, it's gonna be, well, whatever British time is right now. So British time is gonna be 10:30 p.m. on Saturday. So I'm sorry, I couldn't do the calculations for all of your time zones, but That's when it is going to be happening during British time. Make sure to get the free miniature too. Nah, I only got the paints. I wish I could make a NATO alphabet joke, but I don't remember the NATO alphabet. Yeah, the VE47... the VE40A with the battleship-like legs, that has some presence. I have that kit in my private warehouse, in my virtual warehouse from HLJ, but I'm waiting for something from January to ship in, just so I can ship that with the tank. But I hope for the Fermese and the Basho, because I love my locally produced shit boxes. Yeah. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Victor Echo 40 Alpha. I remember Alpha. I forgot Echo and I forgot Victor. 7:30 CST, so just in an hour or two from there for the east and west of coast. Wait, West Coast, US. I know you mean coast. What in Munster? I know. But yeah. So I'm gonna be opening the book of the Lesser Key of Solomon and introducing Jury to a handful of demons that also got made into Gundam frames, obviously. And I'm going to be discussing the 3 of the mobile armors that got introduced. And then after that, I'm going to be like doing a short interview with her. Well, she's going to be doing a short interview with me talking about content creation. And whatever questions you want to ask, either ask on stream or you can probably I'm going to put up an announcement post in my own server as well. So you guys can ask me there, or if you're in Jury's Discord, you can ask in a stream dump in preparation for the stream. It's sad Orth Hunt is just so much cooler than the main IBO. Depends on how which way you're talking about it, because Orth Hunt, it definitely did a lot of world building for the world of IBO, more than the series proper. But in terms of story, sure, it has a cooler story, but honestly, the way they executed it, not a fan. It had potential right up until the very end, and it got ruined by how unreliable the movie is to retell those events, because you can get none of the context that you get from the actual game. What's your Discord? Do I have it in the description actually? Stream settings, edit. What do you mean red? So if the please tell me if the link in the description actually works for joining my Discord server. If it doesn't work, let me know. I'll generate a new link. I want to see my giant human robots fight giant animal robots. Yeah. Yeah, Adonis. IBO anime is basically just Tekkenon's story. But it did do some, set up some basic concepts that are used for the world building. What is the Shield D Prime kit? Is that a Transformers thing or something I'm not getting? As in something I'm not understanding. Because I just don't know what those are. Right. Oh, time to continue to build. We only have 2 guns and a shield left, so let's get at it, folks. Shield D Prime is the Zoids Transformers crossover, I think. No, I haven't. I haven't gone into Zoids at all. I don't know if it's because like the memory of the one time I built a Kotobukiya kind of mobile armor still kind of lingered in me, or is it just something else? Because I've never gotten into Zoids. Alright, I'm in the Discord. Name me Airu. You're talking about Iron Brew, mate. Kotobukiya gives you PTSD. Same, mate. The Gecko manga ending was... It didn't even have an ending. I mean, sure, it did have a bookend, but the story isn't finished, just like Earth Hunt. I mean, the Astaroth still wasn't restored. Argies still didn't get his revenge. Vio Clausen only just entered the picture, prominently. So, honestly, IBO... let me get some hand sanitizer. IBO Gecko, it would never be considered finished to me. And honestly, even the voice lines from games kind of rub it in that the story wasn't finished. Because I vividly remember when there was a lot when you have your gunpla be taken down when piloted by Archie Mirage, and he's like, I couldn't die here, not until I defeated that Gundam. It's like, yes, you get the point, but the story hasn't gone there yet. It's so annoying. The new 1/100 scale Tommy Zoids kits are solid. I've gotten 2 and they go nice next to my F90 and F80. Maybe if I want to adopt a pet for my kit collection, then sure. Gecko not finishing annoys me to no end. Same. I want to see what the Gundam Sierra looks like. Because if they made that silhouette without a plan for a design, that really adds to the not really fans the flames, to be honest. Like, adds oil to the fire. That's E. I'm still tilted we never got a wall Johanna. Same. Especially since we've gotten Gremory. What am I looking for? F128. Final push, guys. Final push. Yes, it's almost 2. It's almost 2 a.m. But, hey, I gotta deliver. IBO is just an Armored Core universe, like, basically. Maybe our great-great-grandchildren can build a Gundam Sierra in the far future and the home in the Mars colony. Yeah, when Elon Musk finally finishes his SpaceX project. I've had no occasional temptations to look at the Armored Core 4 Variable Infinity or Armored Core 5 kits, but everything people say about Kotobukiya kits keep me leery of trying. Saying, there was one guy who wanted me to build Glinty, but I've had nightmares after looking at what Mekakai Kotsu did. Granted, there must have been some exceptional condition that got his experience to where it was, but the one time I tried a larger Kotobukiya kit, which is the Lucifer Wing, I got traumatized by it. Just because the polycats were utterly crap. Nowadays, side stories get but that's not the point. That's not the point. Any news on that 1/100 scale Reborn Gundam? Are you talking about third party or something? Because I'm not in the loop. Ah, so this end is the barrel end. Right. We may get a wall, but not the design we actually see. We get a wall, but it's not the design that we actually see appear recurring in the manga. It's annoying, yes. Because we get the wall, which only appeared a grand total of twice. And then we get the wall Johanna, but we never get a kit of it. Oh, okay. Oh, I know. Cowdy. I'm sorry. I now know. Kobe dates. I now know what you mean. I'm sorry. As a Gundam timeline, you either die to turn A or live long enough to become Armored Core. Yeah. Gaikosu used the movie colors, which is awful pearl plastic. That's what the exception was. But it's not easy to find a white glint at the moment, so yeah. Eventually, maybe soon TM, I don't know. As you may be able to tell, I'm starting to lose it. So maybe I'm getting up at 2 tomorrow. I just hope me fatiguing myself would make me sleep like a freaking baby. Because that's what happens at work. Koto kit is okay as long as it's not straight snap fit. Touche. I mean, if it's a weapon, then it's fine. I actually plan to review one of the oldest weapons that I've reviewed, because they've been there's this thing about Kotobukiya. They've been redoing all of their classic MSG weapon sets. So the slash edge, or the one, I don't know, the gun blade or something like that. I have the slash edge 2, which is far more fun than a regular slash edge, and I plan to do a review of that in the future, because my friend from America bought that for me during their trip to Japan, and that was over a year ago at this point. So I ought to review it. But they've been redoing a second. They've been doing a second version of their classic MSG weapons, and honestly, I'm all for it. Bruh, Armored Core Alea kits that I have is so brittle I modified and glued every small part. I'm not looking forward to it. That really sounds great. If I'm no, yeah, that's a great indication of how my experience is gonna go. I'm gonna build both Buster rifles at the same time. and just mirror the process is fine. That's why it kind of took up 2 pages. So 33, 35, and go for E7. Okay, that's a shame because the Alea is such a beautiful design. It's a long time back I teased the image of a reborn Gundam 100. Yeah, that's back in the day when the Reborn's 100 line was teased, well announced is essentially with the Nightingale. And they said a lot about, oh, when we make a high V100 Kshatriya or a Reborn's Gundam. Those have been gone to the wind as well. And honestly, back in the good days when they've done those sorts of hobby shows, a lot of what they've announced has gone to the wind. And that's honestly such a shame. Prime examples being the frickin' Master Grade H3 and HFX. I wouldn't want to say the Celestial Being flag, but now that we have the GN flag, which is a completely new flag mold, which also has a transformation and everything, maybe they will start to revive some of those old 00 kits that got cancelled at the very end. Maybe. Just maybe. And maybe they'll finally make a Civilians Jinx 3. I know such a person that would want one of those. But okay. I see. Good. I miss good hobby shows. Gunpla is just full of droughts now. 00 revives are needed in my opinion. Yeah. Remember, Koto, Mech, and Musume kits are held together by glues, hopes, and prayers. Sad. Thankfully, the new Zoid kits aren't made by Kotobukiya. If they were, they would always have supply issues. I could probably imagine that. I mean, I haven't heard from Kotobukiya in a while. But I think that's maybe just because I haven't been paying attention. So I really don't know what the general landscape of Kotobukiya is like. I mean, the Master Grades got them, but I feel like the 00 high grades are good enough to not warrant revives. Hey, and we got... So, if the 00 kits are good enough to not warrant revives, Bandai, being the lazy corner-cutting bastards they are, would not have created a new flag mold for the GN flag. But even if they would, they had no reason whatsoever to implement a transformation mechanism into the GN flag. So they have some plans for the flag for its future in the high grade line. We just don't know what they are. Megami device doesn't age well. Kotobukiya is still active. Actually, they did level up. They just did a Steel Haze, which seems to be pretty damn good. That's nice. I know they're doing a Steel Haze, but I don't know how well it's gonna perform. Like, if that makes any sense. These are gonna be tiny pieces going into this. Actually, the rifles aren't going to be that bad. So it's just mostly the body that's a little bit all over the place in terms of difficulty. So what they want is for me to slot this, slip this in here. It's a peg, I don't mind about the nubs. And do this here. And then close it back up afterwards. And then slip the yellow and the small piece in. Noted. Honestly, I'll just slip this out and put it in here. Will put it in here. Actually, let me get rid of this hand cover as well. Because this is most likely going to be for the holding hands. So I'm gonna put that to the side as well. And then that's one of the D runners gone. We can dispose of it. Basically a master grade steel haze at a PG scale. No wonder they're allowed to. They are able to do well then. They have the scale to work with. They have the scale to work with, so they have more room to implement mechanics and visual like implements or something like that. I don't know. But tell me they're not using those god awful poly caps to hold that thing up. Because my Lucifer's wing, I don't even want to even begin to mention that thing. It was dreadful. I mean, sure, the bird and the horse are fine, but when it's time to combine those two into the actual exosuit, good luck getting it to stand. And I think at some point after that, like a couple of years after that, they decided to release the bird and the horse separately in a different color scheme. But if that massive steel haze doesn't use those polycaps and is able to stand itself up, then good for them. I can't judge, I haven't built it yet. That's a sad thing. The Megami Device Buster doll line is good, quite the upgrade from the previous Megami Device kits. I've been hearing that term for quite a while, and I don't know what they are actually. I'm waiting for Celestial Being flag, Sessuna's flag units to be announced. That's the thing I was trying to say. Like maybe, just maybe, they will use the new flag mold to make the Celestial Being flag. Or maybe they will revive the flag and just redo all of the older variants. Maybe. Never mind. I will say, Kanabukia is making Brave series kits. I will also be trying those. Brave. I would say you're Brave. Yeah, I know Brave is a mecha, but it's a brave thing to go after those. It's a very brave thing to go after those. And by the way, I also want to be like trying the larger scale Knights and Magic kits. I have the Ikaruga, like the DX scale Ikaruga. And apparently they've announced the manga upgrade for it as well in DX scale. They've announced the Moderoid for quite some time, but Good Smile Company has never come out with a date for the upgraded Ikaruga, and I think the Gold Leo and the Jobatika, both of them got announced as well. So, don't know. I want to try those as well. And it's just a shame that I've been playing catch up for the rest for most of 2025. Just because there's so much that I want to do on the channel. But hopefully 2025 kits won't take too long for me to get through. And I love a redo of the High Green Union flag. I like putting it together, but some parts do not feel the best. Trust me, I have the original Graham's flag, and it didn't, yeah, genuinely didn't feel the best. Did the Enact share any runners with the old flag? I don't know. Bandai is only doing Galgaigar is not enough for me. True, fair enough. Plus, I ended having to cement the road to shield on mine back after it broke. Oh yeah, that thing. My condolences, mate. Yeah, speaking of Ikaruga, some Chinese company announced the Ikaruga model kits more detailed than Moderoid. I feel like they've been giving out the rights to a lot of companies recently. Like, they've been giving out the rights like candy, and I don't know why. There's just so many Knights and Magic kits going all around. Well, it's mostly just the Ikaruga, but hey. I don't think I'll be trying that one out, though. I think Moderoid is enough for me. Especially if they actually commit to a date for the Gold Leo and the Jobatiga. And especially the new Ikaruga. More Knights and Magic the better. Yep. Definitely. I wonder why, like, they've been making so many Knights and Magic kits, and they've announced, yeah, like I said, the Gold Leo and the Jobatiga, but why have they not announced the actual deuteragonists? Like the Guer, well, if they want to make the Guer, they might as well make the Guer Linde. And maybe make the Aldirats as well. Yeah, maybe the floating shield pieces may be a little bit iffy to make in high grade form. Well, not high grade form, stupid. It's not even the same company. May be hard to make in model kit form, but I don't know. Maybe they should just make the Earl Cumber and be done with it. Or maybe, based on the toy box, they should make a Telestale, make a mass production unit. That would be a good idea as well. And it would actually make sense for the loadout to be as restricted as it is, because it is indeed a mass production unit. If I remember correctly, the Guer was a robot spirit and sold like dog water. Yeah, so I've heard. I know that the Guer and the original Earl Cumber were sold as figures. Didn't know how they performed, but I know they were sold as figures. Right, that I think, hopefully so. Hopefully that's the 2 Buster Rifles done. Ah, there we go. The final F-Runner pieces are right here. I thought I was missing something during the build. I was like, how could I be missing something? Nope. I was just jumping the gun. Having checked, doesn't seem like they share runners. Yeah, because I think the Enact and the Flag are completely different factions. But we're on the final stretch, guys. Final stretch. Actually, let me get a hand built. just because it annoys me that the Buster Rifles can't be held. And apparently, this is kind of similar to what they've done in the olden days, where there's literally just a hole in the hand, a one-piece molded hand. So they're literally toning down the setup process for equipping weapons onto this thing, because the hand cover is literally just there for detail. It's not there to close hand up, not there for anything else. Admittedly, that hole looks a little bit out of place for real grade. But hey, if it makes the setup process simpler, then I cannot really blame them, nor can I really complain. Because tell me this does not look sus. But it means that this is one of the only real grades that you could just slide weapons into. There you go. That's the Buster Rifle being equipped. Let's get back to the shield then. We have no time to waste. We've been at this for like 4.5 hours at this point. And I got the wrong piece again. I feel like the Knights of Magic is just a little too niche to justify that many kits. But hey, Good Smile Company are doing it, so I wouldn't say no. I genuinely wouldn't say no. Maybe I'm drunk, but did I mishear you say Buster Rhymes instead of Buster Rifles? Yeah, I'm drunk. What did you drink? What did you drink? First name, last name. What did you drink? Because this is something about me. I don't drink alcohol. Like, nothing. Like, I've only tried alcohol like once or twice, and it's just sips of it. And I didn't like it. Not at all. So that's kind of why I've been staying away from drinking alcohol as a concept. That's probably why I haven't made any friends over here. But I just don't like the taste. Okay, the shield is bringing about the challenge. There we go. I think it should be like this. Okay, I think this is just going to be loose until we close it up. And I don't need to think about this. I'm glad I don't drink alcohol, because knowing the other people around me, they drink like freaking Irishmen. We're guzzling whiskey for New Year's and we're vomiting, passing out. Later is the shame and regret. It's Ohase. Stay alcohol free, MJ. More drunk driver accident caused in Malaysia. I'm definitely gonna stay alcohol free. Don't worry about that. Maybe I have a sip or two here and there, but not when I need to be responsible about it. Okay, so it definitely is gonna be a loose piece before we close it up. Good to know. And then these fins, because they're geared together, they open together. Very good idea. They might just be they aren't Irishmen. That's the thing. Like the people I'm talking about are like my relatives and people like that. So logically, they're Chinese. But I don't know what the drinking culture in China looks like. Like, because you can't really tell from just Hong Kong. But no, they aren't Irishmen, and they drink like Irishmen. And they swear like sailors as a result of freaking drinking so much. But honestly, being like me having been here for about 2 years at this point, I haven't met like a single person who's Irish. No, seriously, I haven't met a single Irishman. And I don't think I've ever had like a close connection with a Scot either. That's just because, well, it's just weird. It's honestly just weird. And regret, it's the shame and regret phase. Oh no, you don't wanna when they're drunk, trust me. Nah. Definitely not. I'd rather shoot myself out of a pirate's cannon than meet some Irishman who's drunk. I'm just saying, like, from the perspective of having more, like, friends from a diverse background and something like that. Not just to go out freaking drinking, like drinking until your mind goes numb. I'm just saying more of like a multicultural aspect, that I want to meet more friends from different countries and whatnot. Oh. Oh. Okay. So this goes into the tracks. Is the C110? I don't think so. Yeah, I think I'm losing it. This must be C110 then. Based on what I know from mainland China and Hong Kong, they are what you might call big drinkers. Yeah. Because I definitely have some relatives that actually drink until they're absolutely senseless. And unlike some people who you really cannot tell if they're drunk, they absolutely show it off. Actually, why don't they... Oh, I get it. Oh, these are the Vulcans, I think. These are barrel-shaped things that go in here. They go in here before they go into the slots there. Ah, I see. So I better get these in immediately and close it up, or else they'll just go loose. Plum wine tastes good. Never heard of it. Never tried it. Have you ever heard... MJ, have you ever built the Gunpla trial kit RX-78-2? It's 100 centimeters tall and they hand it out during events. I've seen it. I've seen it a couple times. But no, I never built it. I honestly thought of getting one just for the sake of maybe having a review out for you guys or something like that, but I don't really want another RX-78-2, that's the thing. And yeah, because especially since I like literally counted how many RX-78-2s were like how many of them were released in 2020, and there's like at least 2 dozen, like not 2 dozen, well, at least a dozen of them. So that kind of gave me like a bad taste in my mouth when it's like, ugh, another RX-78-2. Come on, mates, you're wasting your quotas on that. But I get it. It's kind of like Gundam is one of these Japanese staples, and they needed to make a couple of versions for the Tokyo Olympics back then. So I get it. But to have like what? The origin version and 2 revived versions for the Olympics, and then you have the Beyond Global, and then you have, what is it, the Gundarium version, and it's like, come on, mates. Just wasting your quotas, making many different versions of the RX-78-2 that other things get freaking shafted. It is very articulate. Meanwhile, there's me with like 12 RX-78-2s. That's the thing with me. Like, I don't like collecting duplicates unless I absolutely want to. Like, right now I have the high grade and the real grade 2.0. And of course, well, if you count the Team Bright version as the as a vanilla RX-78-2, then sure. It's just that I don't want to have like multiple of the same character in my collection. If you get what I mean. Because besides the build experience, it feels like there's no point to it. Why are these undergates placed so awkwardly? I'm just gonna have to knife the last one away. At least it's not the Gyan Strom. Those undergates in the knees just don't make sense at all. Meanwhile, the rest of Seed Freedom don't use undergates, even for their golden pieces. Some of the decisions from Seed Freedom just don't make any frickin' sense. Did I cut out the undergates on this one? Yeah, I should, but I think I should trim it a little bit more. The point for me is a specific RX-78-2 collection. Interesting. Well, I mean, I'm reviewing the 7th Gundam, so I'm collecting the Granddaddy Gundams like they're lumberjacks. But I'm not collecting multiple of the same exact character. I don't know, that's just the way I work. And there goes the frickin' visor. Square goes up. I have to sandwich it down before it Is it in place? It's in place. Good. And it's just the connector and hands left, so I might as well just finish all the accessories here at this point. I'm gonna show you what I did with my RG wing on Discord. Sure. By now, need to build something. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Koei Date. Nice to have you here. And the stream is about to end anyways, so kind of leaving at a perfect time. Re-review the... I've never reviewed that. Right. And with that, that's the Wing Zero's shield done. So I'm gonna get the hands in while we get the final call for comments. But what if it was created called the G3? Would that change your mind? Yes, because it's a different unit, technically speaking. So if I have like an RX-78-2 in my collection, and suddenly you offer me a G3 Gundam, which is the exact same thing with different colors, I'd still go for it because it's technically a different character. But if you're offering me, let's say you offer me the entry grade RX-78-2, and then you offer me the high grade G35, and then you offer me the real grade 1.0, and then the real grade 2.0, they're different kits of the exact same character, and that's why I'm only gonna take one of them. Two of them if one of them compels me enough. For example, like the real grade 2.0. When is the Gundam Alloy RX-78-2 review? At 100k subs? Might as well be. Because there's no way I'm reaching 100k. Grams just feels like the kind of exception of having multiple iterations and grades. Still, it's the same character, so I'd only do one or two versions of it in my collection, and that's it. And here we have all the accessories done. If I can put the hand together correctly, that is. Okay, so let's mount this on and call it a night. How do I mount this on? Yeah, we have the saber beams here. Doesn't matter, they're staying on the runner. And where... Ah, here it is. There we go. So that's the real grade Wing Gundam Zero TV version completed. Honestly, first impressions are I love it. Even though the difficulty was really just all over the place, I love it. And maybe the joints on the backpack still seem a bit gratuitous. I don't know. I need to mess around with it for a little bit to be sure. But if you're just looking for a Wing Gundam Zero, even if it's just for looks, and if you don't care about the gimmicks, this is the one to go for in this scale. The high grade, yeah, sure, it's a little bit more cartoony, and maybe it's a little bit more to scale, but you're never gonna get this sort of look with the high grade. What if it's something like the G40 where it's a basically completely redesign? That would be a default 50-50. I have thought of getting the G40 before, and my friend my friend lent me their own copy for a review, but that was before the rebrand, so I have my own reasons to do a review if I can somehow find it at a good price. Just think of it as re-reviewing a future review. That's such a roundabout time traveler way to think about things. I know, I am surprised if anyone had a review of the hyper hybrid models of the 1 to 12 and or 1 to 24th scale RX-78 Gundam. Mate, if you want to do one of those, just give birth to a fucking baby. They're about the same size anyway. Eventually. Grams is the VW Beetle and the Porsche 911, tradition and modernization in one package. You can basically see the development timeline just laid out just with the RX-78 What if white Gundam? I have the white Gundam, but I have reviewed the red Gundam, so there's no point. I'm actually selling the white Gundam just because initially I bought the white Gundam for materials, just to make an O1 Gundam. But now since that the O1 Gundam is going to be made into a kit, I don't need my white Gundam anymore. So it's probably going to be better off in the hands of someone who actually wants a white Gundam. You prefer to have the real grade Grams 2.0 and RGG3 and then RG Grams be like Beyond Globe. Yeah. Because the Beyond Global, I don't like the proportions of it. I'm buying the one Gundam probably. What do you mean the one Gundam? Do you mean the Ice Gundam, the 1.5? But anyways, the review of this thing, I don't know when it's gonna be coming. I wanna take it easy for now for the New Year's, and I also want to do sufficient preparations for the stream with Jury coming up on Saturday. By the way, in case you need a reminder, 10:30 p.m. UK time. So unfortunately, I'm far too tired. I'm sorry. So do the maths yourself. But it's gonna be on that time. I'm gonna be on with Jury. Then, yeah. That's gonna be my week before I have to go back to work. Unfortunately, oh my god. But yeah, you should paint the white Gundam in Titans colors. No, thank you. The Titans don't exist. I don't count the freaking Humbrabi and the Psycho Gundam. They really shouldn't have existed. The Federation lost the war. Why would they still have the funding? But anyways, that is basically gonna wrap it up for this stream. And yes, I want to wish you guys another happy new year and prosperous 2026. And thank you so much for popping by. Thank you so much for tolerating an hour of me just being tired because I'm streaming for far too long. But hey, it's all in good fun, and we cross years. That's all that matters. So I want to thank you guys for popping by. Thank you all so much for the support you guys been giving me in 2025, and especially through my transition from the weekly reviews to uploading whenever I feel like it or whenever a video is ready. And yeah, I better get some rest now. And in case I for some reason upload a video in the next 2 days, I'll see you guys in that video. But if not, I'll see you guys in Jury Han's stream, 3rd of January, 10:30 p.m. UK time, and that'll wrap it up for this stream. And thank you all so much for popping by. I'll see you all next time. Peace out.